Chairman, I have the, well, I thought I had the meeting recording. There we go. I have the meeting recording and going to YouTube. May I go ahead and give the instructions?
You may.
So this is a virtual meeting of the township. Second. All right, sorry, I had to turn off the YouTube recording, or not recording, but the volume. And so this is a virtual meeting of the Newtown Board of Supervisors, Newtown Township Board of Supervisors, as we have been doing for the last quite a few months, probably about 9 now. We've been taking public comment one of 4 ways. We're taking public comment. You can drop public comment off at the blue drop box outside at the entrance of the township building. I did check that just before the meeting, and there was no public comment in the box, Mr. Chairman. You may also give public comment by virtually raising your hand, either through the Zoom app itself or through your phone if you've called into the meeting. If you do that, we'll recognize you. Please make sure you give your name and also your address for the record. If by chance you have trouble doing that, or you just want to make your public comment in writing and have it read into the record, you can make your public comment to public comment, all one word, at newtowntownship.org. Again, that's public comment at newtowntownship.org. Again, if you're sending public comment to that mail address, please make sure you include your full name and your address so that we have it for the record. Also, if you're calling in for the purpose of your phone number, make sure you're using the phone number, or if you're sending a request through that because you can't do it through your phone, make sure you give us the phone number so we know which phone number to recognize to speak. Mr. Chairman, I believe that's all the instructions, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Neese. The board was in executive session prior to this meeting to discuss 2 personnel matters, 1 contract matter. With that, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Mr. Neese, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, Mr. Nawn.
I'm here.
Yes. Mr. Partridge.
Here.
Ms. Roberts Lightcap.
Here.
Mr. Russo.
Here.
Mr. Altieri.
Here.
And Mr. Chairman, your solicitor, engineer, and manager are here.
Thank you, Mr. Neese. For our moment of silence tonight, I'd like us to keep in our thoughts and our prayers, not only our own police department, but the entire police department of our neighboring community, Markle Township, and in particular, the family of former police officer Brian Needleman. Please keep them in your thoughts and your prayers this evening, and please bow your head. Okay. With that, I will note that we have before us this evening's agenda. I'll entertain a motion for approval of the agenda or consideration of any changes or anything of that nature.
I will make a motion to approve the agenda as presented, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Altieri. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion is made by Supervisor Altieri, seconded by Supervisor Russo to approve this evening's agenda as presented. Any further questions on tonight's agenda? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next on the agenda, we have a listing of public comments. I'm understanding that right now we're showing public comment from Mrs. Rutkowski regarding supervisor email addresses. I think everybody had received a copy of that email or that comment. We also have a letter from the Newtown Square in Bloom regarding the Greer Park Pond project. I understand that there may be additional written comments out there. I just haven't seen them yet. We seem to be having technical difficulties with those.
Mr. Chairman, I do have several. If you wish, I will try to read those into the record.
Well, since we don't have them, I suppose we should. So yes.
Okay. The first one that I found, and I'm a little bit of trouble. Let me see if I can. Let me move this over here. Okay. So the first one is from Pete Kennedy of 214 Walnut Street here in Newtown. He says, I urge the Board of Supervisors to table draft ordinance 2020-06, an ordinance to amend 127 property maintenance until it can be updated to comply with state law. The Pennsylvania Municipal Code and the Ordinance Compliance Act as amended of Act 133 of 2016 outlines the types of use of occupancy certificates municipalities should issue following a UNO inspection, depending on the level of violation found. It also states that buyers and sellers have the minimum of 12 months to make repairs cited in the point of sale inspection. These aspects of the law are not reflected in the current draft ordinance. As a resident of Newtown and also as an employee of the Suburban Realtors Alliance, my boss, Jamie Ridge, emailed a longer explanation of our concerns about a draft ordinance, and he would be happy to work with the township in revising it. That's one. The next one is from Louise Welch. Good evening, Newtown Township Board of Supervisors. The Muirwood Hills HOA Board has noted that on tonight's Board of Supervisors agenda, declarant for Muirwood Hill Newtown Square JV LLC is scheduled to request scheduled to request the turn of all escrow funds except $5,225, $225.05. We see that Stantec has approved this request. I'm attaching this email, I'm attaching to this email the rejection of the notice of termination from Delaware County Conservation District, DCCD, with the various reasons described. Is the township holding back any of these escrows or the bond to cover the deficiencies of the stormwater management system? Please advise us on how to proceed with the stormwater management system and what should our next steps be in regards to protecting Muirwood Hill stormwater management system and seeing that the declarant Newtown Square JV LLC completes the work as described in the attached documents. The Muirwood Hills Homeowners Association Board is especially concerned that the DCCD has noted that the full-size as-built plans have not been submitted, nor does it appear that the rain gardens have the correct amount of plantings per the plan. Thank you for your consideration, Louise. And she's at 216 Claremont. The next one is from Janet Elliott. She did not include her address, but I do know that she lives off her Timber Lane. I think that's right, Timber Lane. As a member of the Greer Park Committee, I strongly in favor in returning Greer Park Pond back to its natural state as a stream and wetland. I would, however, like the Board of Supervisors and the township residents to understand that with or without the pond cannot remain the way it is now. And if any form of pond were to remain, the grass that goes to the edge of the pond must be replaced with a sizable riparian buffer of vegetation. I hope this point will be conveyed to the public. This might help residents understand that the potential beauty and the functionality of the wetlands and the stream of a wetland and stream instead of a pond. And then one more. This is from Chris Matthews. he also, I don't see his address. He says, I, Chris Matthews, have lived next to the pond for over 52 years. I'm sorry, he does, at 3555 Winding Way. I have never heard anyone express an opinion to remove or cover over the pond except 7 members of the committee. To my knowledge, no one on the committee lives next to the pond except for the residents on Beechwood Road who lives beyond the site of the pond. The 80% of the committee does not want, the 80% of the committee does not want the pond, but 90% of the Newtown survey and 90% of the Ellis event presentation in August 2020 want the pond maintained. Something is wrong. The surrounding neighbors want the pond. 80% of the committee wants to destroy it. I believe that's all the emails in writing. We do have 4 hands raised. The first is, I'll call on is Mrs. Wilson.
Go ahead, Mrs. Wilson.
Good evening. Patty Wilson, 4111 Battles Lane. I'm going to ask that you please approve the committee's plan for Greer Park and aggressively support the plan's implementation. Rather than the view of a for or against the pond, please view the entirety of the overall gain this plan will afford the community and the model it will be to move forward the comprehensive plan's priority of preservation of open space. I am sincerely grateful for this committee's thoughtful balancing of the environmental issues and the community interests in the plan. They have sought community input. They've taken into account all age and interest groups. I appreciate that there has been tremendous expertise, interest, and care for this community. With all the development that has been approved, we have not prioritized open space. I hope with the successful approval and implementation of the Greer Park plan as presented, you will see how valuable the preservation of open space is for our community. Hopefully, it will also serve to get your support for the purchase and, if needed, the use of eminent domain for further open space preservation. Please support this committee and vote yes for their recommendations. There's no time like the present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson.
Next up is City Mahalo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Cindy Mahalo, 87 Hunters Run, speaking as Vice Chair of the Newtown Township Environmental Advisory Council. I am also a certified Penn State Master Watershed Steward, but my comments represent those of the Newtown EAC. And these comments are presented in fulfillment of the EAC's state mandated role to advise the Board of Supervisors on decisions affecting the environmental resources in the community. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Prior to this meeting, the EAC was asked to review and comment on the findings of the Greer Park Master Site Development Plan. We presented a comment letter to the supervisors in November, in which we supported the plan and the removal of the dam. The EAC, I want to begin by commending the Board of Supervisors for its thoughtful, forward-looking approach to the future of Greer Park. This is an issue that the township has carefully been evaluating and acting on for several years. Recognizing that there are many factors to be weighed, the supervisors have wisely consulted professionals, conferred with experts, and engaged the public as they strive to make an informed decision. We share their vision to reestablish Greer Park as a vibrant, healthy, financially sustainable community asset that provides the most benefits for the most people and serves all residents. As early as 2017, the EAC, Parks and Rec, and Board of Supervisors have jointly discussed the need to significantly enhance and improve this underutilized park. We have also considered the Pennsylvania State Department of Environmental Protection requirement that our township must respond to notices of violation and either repair or remove the failing dam that forms the Greer Park Pond. Throughout this process, the EAC has been impressed with the township's commitment to take a holistic approach to shaping the future of this park. And a key part of the Greer Park Master Site Development Plan is how to deal with the failing dam that blocks the flow of Fox's Run and creates this environmentally dysfunctional pond. Now, as the supervisors consider accepting this plan and either removing or repairing the dam, we believe there are two guiding principles. The first principle is to look to the future. The task force assessment and recommendations recognize the many changes that have taken place in Newtown Township since Fox's Run was dammed and the pond was formed more than a century ago. When first created, the pond met the needs of a rural, lightly populated, heavily forested community. Newtown Township has changed drastically since then, and it is still undergoing dramatic transformation. Much of this change is occurring in proximity to Greer Park and directly impacts Fox's Run. There's a growing population, intensive development, more impervious surface, and changing weather patterns have fundamentally altered the surroundings and functionality of Greer Park and Fox's Run. Greer Park needs to catch up with this change. We ask the supervisors to look ahead, not back. Second, we ask the supervisors to make a decision that provides the most benefits for the most people. The township is about to embark on a costly effort to protect residents from flooding and improve water quality through the MS4 plan. Among other measures, the $1.4 million MS4 plan calls for the restoration of a portion of Fox's Run in Greer Park. Converting the pond to a wetlands can cost-effectively work hand in hand with this effort to the benefits of township taxpayers. And achieving the most benefits for the most people means taking a broad view of the situation. It calls for considering the tens of thousands of people who will be affected by this decision. Yes, Greer Park, the pond, and a stretch of Fox's Run provide visual beauty and accessible recreation for those few people who live immediately adjacent to it. But the impact of the pond and Fox's Run extend far beyond that small area. Fox's Run is part of the Darby Creek watershed, which extends through Broomall, Springfield, Clifton Heights, Upper Darby, and beyond. Raindrops that fall in Greer Park Pond and Fox's Run join with millions of others as they flow south through communities all the way to the Delaware River. The decisions we make and the actions we take here in Newtown Square can exacerbate or ameliorate flooding, property damage, and financial loss to thousands of Pennsylvanians who live downstream. Finally, a revitalized Greer Park can provide more welcoming open space for all residents in an increasingly congested community and county. In conclusion, the EAC respectfully advises the supervisors to adopt the task force recommendation to remove the failing Greer Park Dam and transform the pond into a robust, fully functioning wetlands. We respect the expertise of the ecologists, engineers, biologists, and environmental planners who have studied this issue. We believe this is the best solution to protect the health and welfare of Newtown Township residents, our neighbors downstream, and the environment which we all share. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mahalo.
Next up would be Scott O'Donnell.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I have several questions, actually. My first question,
Name and address for the record, please.
my name is Scott O'Donnell. My address is 3553 Winding Way. I'm potentially the property with the most boarding the park. So I have a very vested interest in everything that's taking place tonight. I have some statements and a couple of questions. My first statement is that the residents and community in your public meeting and your public survey have voiced their wish to keep the pond. That's number one. Number two is the pond hasn't been maintained and hasn't been dredged in more than 25 years. I think its condition would be much better if it had been maintained. It was done 25 years ago at no charge by Delmont Construction, I suppose. There's a trucking company located next to the pond. They did it at no charge, and currently they take up about 12 of the 15 parking spots. I noticed that at the parking lot, there is only 2 spaces for daytime visitors, and the others are the Delmont employees, which I think is wrong. And I don't know if they are leasing those spots or how that came to be. Maybe you can answer that for me. My third question is, have the developers of Ellis Preserve or Lister been approached for a possible community charitable or environmental donation to help upkeep the pond? Most of our silt in the pond comes directly from those developments. And I think if they were asked, I would find it inconceivable for them to deny. So that might be something we want to do. And my final question is the township committed to keeping this space a park and nothing other than a park? And that's all I have.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. O'Donnell. Who do you have next, Mr. Neese?
1 second. Joanne. Joanne, you need to unmute yourself and state your name for the record and your address, please.
Hi, my name is Joanne Yankevich. I live on 118 Beechwood Road. And my property backs up quite a bit to the park. And I just want to thank everyone for all the hard work for getting all this information together for us. And I just want to make a comment that I am for the environment. That pond has been full of debris and soot and everything else since I've been living here, which is over 25 years. I like the pond. There's the geese problem as well, but I also believe that the animals and to, have a, I'm sorry, I'm not really ready because I'm Johnny on the spot right now. But however, I'm all for the environment and what is best for the environment, and also preserving the park because I like taking walks down there. And I'm also, I'm not very crazy about a walking path back there. And we bought this property because of the extra lot we have. And I really would like a lot of people walking back there, especially in the evenings, kids partying, etc., etc. And that's all I have to say. I just, if you can make the park a place where it's environmentally and politically good for everyone, I'm all for that.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Mr. Neese, who do we have up next?
Roberts, I think it's Stickley.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Rob Stickley.
We can.
Yes.
I live at 3503 Cayley Road, which is a few houses away, just a short walk from the park. I grew up in Broomall, went to Marple, class of 1987, and I have a small business here. I believe very passionately it would be a huge mistake to eliminate the pond and turn it into a wetlands, which I think when you see what that's going to look like in the end, will ultimately just be an area of weeds. That pond is a major main feature of what I used to call Winding Way Park. I still do sometimes. But without it, the park loses all of its character. I go to the park at least once a day. I have a couple golden retrievers. Some of you may have seen me there. And without that pond, that park will be completely, it'll just be a plot of land, let's face it. And to replace that water with what I think is just basically weeds, I think would be a tremendous mistake. Back in 2016, over 500 people logged on to change.org, and they all voted in favor of the pond. We had the meeting several months ago, and in the height of the COVID pandemic, 50 people came out in support, and only 6 of them voted to make the pond go away. To me, it would be a true mistake, an outrage even, to eliminate the pond. Not to mention the fact it's going to cost $58,000 to do so. And I do understand there's some maintenance and upkeep, but let's face it, that pond hasn't had any maintenance and upkeep for decades. And I think one of the factors that the committee considered was based on false information. I saw something in one of the PowerPoints saying it was dredged in 2004, and I know that's not true. I've lived in this house on Keeley Road before that, and I go there every day, and I know that's not true. And I think if they build, I forget the name of it right now, the nomenclature, but there's a way to make that pond so it doesn't fill up with silt as quickly. I don't know that the maintenance costs will really be as much as everybody says it will. But I feel very, very strongly, very passionately, just like the other 500 people and the dozens and dozens of other people who voted in favor of the pond, that the 6 folks who said it should go away are just completely wrong. And thank you for hearing me out on this.
Thank you, Mr. Stickley.
Next up is Charles Boris.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Charles Boris. I have lived at 3506 Cayley Road for the last 34 years on the property that is adjacent to the creek where the water spills out from the pond. I believe the pond issue is a neighborhood issue, not a township issue. I also believe if this hearing was held in any other time period, meaning not during the pandemic, the township building would be packed with residents from our community voicing their disapproval of getting rid of the pond. I don't believe the pond committee was made of residents from our neighborhood, because if they were, this would not be an issue. Quite a while ago, I heard costs were a concern with keeping the pond. In our 34 years here, my wife and I have seen hardly any work done on the pond area other than cutting the grass. So I don't know what ongoing maintenance costs there could be, since there has been any for such a long time. I mean, I'm sure there might be something that it's taken place that we don't know about. But I mean, we're always looking out our back windows at the pond because we love to look back there. We like to see the children playing in the park. I glanced through your master plan information because I just got a hold of it a little while ago. And I think if you implement everything that document projects, then you would have a large cost to maintain the walkways, the paths, the wetlands. And wetlands, I think, is another name for a swamp, quite frankly. I don't believe that our neighborhood cares about all the things mentioned in the document. Riparian buffers, that's another thing that really bothers me. They're terrible to look at, and you put one next to the stream where we could see it, and it's unsightly. It's terrible for us to look at. When we moved there, it was a pleasant, picturesque view to look at. Now, what you have these weeds growing there, it's unsightly. Anyway, and also the wetlands breed mosquitoes. Do we need mosquitoes in our area, in our community, especially in that, in the summertime? Right now, I don't have a problem with them, and where I live. I can see this document that is about what the committee thinks would be best for the township, but certainly isn't best for our neighborhood. I don't believe the committee has taken into consideration that this pond has been a place where our children have fished and skated ever since I have lived here, and before that. Where will our children go to spend their summer days if the pond is not available to them? There are days when the kids come in the morning and stay all day fishing, and that goes on and on throughout the summer. Also, there are many fathers and mothers that come with their children to fish and skate throughout the year. Also, many people just come and sit on benches and enjoy some quiet time at the pond. I don't understand how the township supervisors could even consider taking this wonderful place where so many people enjoy life in our neighborhood in Newtown Square. In addition, I wonder what will happen to all the fish and turtles that populate the pond. The turtles have come into our backyard to bury their eggs and wander around. We use shovels to pick up the turtles and place them in wheelbarrows and return them to the pond. And that happens quite often. And they're big turtles too. The thought that our community neighborhood will lose such a wonderful place, whether it be for cost or other reasons that we have not been told, is disheartening. I have a second issue that I feel is important, but not as much as what I have previously spoken about. I am also concerned with the possibility of severe flooding. If the pond is replaced with a stream, I believe the pond serves as a catch basin when we have torrential rains. I wonder where all the water from the rain and from the Ellis property runoff will go. Has any of the committee members been over at the pond during torrential rainstorms to see what really happens? There have been times when the water would overflow the pond and continue back to the stream further down the line. And I mean, really overflow the pond. And so I can't imagine what a stream will do. I believe the pond holds a lot of the rain and runoff water before it overflows. And I am sure we have all seen in the news how quiet little creeks, streams are turned into raging and destructive streams by storms. We believe the pond slows down the rate of flow. We're not in favor of any of the amenities that are proposed in the document. We'd sure like to see the park the way it is. There are a lot of people that come to the park to play, and they play baseball, they throw footballs around, and they fish. And they ice skate in the wintertime when the conditions are appropriate. I thank you for hearing what I have to say about the pond issue.
Thank you, Mr. Boris.
Next up would be CJ Stefano.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Oh, thank you. My name is Chris Stefano Jr. I live on 150 Beechwood Road, so I'm just up the way from the park a bit. My property backs up to the stream that comes out of the back of the park. I wanted to just speak for a moment. A lot of this has become a lot of pond versus no pond. And I just wanted to mention that I feel that the park is a beautiful plot of land and an asset to the community. When we look at the utilization of the park in today's environment, maybe even pre-COVID, because it's a little crazier now given everything that's going on, I think that the issue of utilization goes beyond the question of pond versus no pond. I'd like to thank the township and the committee that looked at this for their commitment to looking at all the various options and engaging the public input in developing their park master plan. But I would also urge the committee and the township to look at evaluating what the future utilization of the park will be, given the investment that we want to put into the park, if not also addressing the walkable access to the park. So there are so many houses that are, right in that Upper St. Albans community and Lower St. Albans community, which are those in the neighborhood and the community that are most likely to utilize this park. They're not really utilizing it now, and I would urge the committee and the township to investigate that just a bit. I believe it to be because of the walkable access to the park. The only way to get into the park right now is a stroll down winding way if you are in the St. Albans neighborhood, which can be a little tricky with any kind of children during even non-traffic times where people will cut through that neighborhood. For those who live in Upper St. Albans, unless your property backs up to the park, you have no access to the park at all. So anyone from Greer Park up to Goshen Road would normally be in a pretty easy walking distance from the park. For them, they would have to go down to 252, past the bank, and then they're sort of navigating the opposite treacherous way, upwinding way to get to the park. So I think I have no concerns over the amenities that have been described. I think you could make a great argument for pond or no pond. Both have very valid arguments. But if the community is going to place a significant investment into the park, we really need to look at what that access is to ensure that people are going to utilize it once it's in play. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stefano.
Next up is Caitlin Foy.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Caitlin Foy, and I live at 3550 Winding Way, just across from the park. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you to the steering committee for their time and research. I did read a report that was posted on Facebook from the steering committee, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for listening to our neighborhood's thoughts and concerns. So as I said, I live across from the park, and the pond was one of the reasons I purchased my home, and I'm there with my family at least four times a week. I see neighbors visit the park to fish and skate and take photos, and so I am in favor of the pond. I'm obviously very concerned about the safety, functionality, and aesthetics of the park. As I said, I am in strong support of preserving the pond. However, I'm open-minded. And I would like to express concerns that whether we're moving forward with emerging wetlands or with the pond, I'm hopeful that the township will prioritize this area. I think that the pond has been overlooked and under prioritized for years. And that's kind of how we got into this situation. There's many developments near our park, and hopefully, we can preserve this important green space. I do hope that, again, moving forward, whether it's with the pond or the emerging wetlands, that funding will be budgeted annually. Regardless of the pond or the emerging wetlands, we're going to need to see more maintenance. If the wetlands become damaged or degraded, it will become an even greater breeding ground for mosquitoes, basically like a glorified mud pit, or, if it's heavily weeded. I'm hopeful that moving forward, the township will maintain this area and specifically will budget for this so that we can maintain the safety and aesthetics of this beautiful green space. I do agree with my fellow neighbors in that the accessibility of this park is very poor. Thinking of grandparents taking their grandkids, neighbors using wheelchairs, walkers, it's very difficult to access this park. I'm an occupational therapist. I study in universal design, inclusive playground designs, and I hope that moving forward, whatever plans will happen for this park, this beautiful park, that all of these things will be considered. And so that's it. Thank you for listening to our concerns.
Thank you for your comments, Mrs. Foy.
It's Dr. Foy. You're welcome.
Dr. Foy, sorry.
Next up is Andrew Zahner. Whoops. Yeah, there you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Nope. Mr. Neese, I think we lost Mr. Zahner.
Let me try it again. There we go. Try it again, Mr. Zahner.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Andrew Zahner. I live at 3549 Winding Way. I have heard a couple of my fellow neighbors in favor of keeping the pond, and I apologize that I keep going back, or we keep going back to save the pond or get rid of the pond. I am very passionately invested in saving the pond. I apologize, I don't have anything prepared, a prepared statement, but I do believe that the walkable access would allow more visitors to the park, to the area. And I hope that the community could take a vote, and just the community area being Newtown Square, or being the residents affected by it, not necessarily a long-term, wide scope of area, but rather our community who it is directly impacting. So I apologize that I don't have, I'm not as well spoken as some others, but I'd like my voice to be heard. Thank you for hearing me.
You're our welcome, and no worries. Your voice was heard. You don't need to be a polished speaker to make a comment, so we appreciate your comments.
Next up will be Gene Bowen.
Okay,
There you go.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Jean Bowen and I live at 3540 Winding Way, and I've lived there since 1976. Everybody keeps referring to the pond as the pond. And in my estimation, the pond is actually a retention basin and a stormwater management system that it was deliberately put there and planned for all the water that comes out of the sky and in floods and so on. If you spend a lot of time at the park and you walk all the way back along the stream there, you'll find it is very, very marshy and wet 90% of the time, unless we have a drought. I had 4 kids. We grew up down there. We fished, we skated. You know, we did everything a family does down there. All their friends were down there. We played games, had picnics and so on, swing sets, and I still bring my grandchildren down there. I am concerned because it has not been maintained. I mean, they cut the grass, but I mean, if you're managing a stormwater management system or a retention basin, there are things that have to be done annually, according to the EPA. And we are hoping that that would be reinstated because it has been neglected for a long time. If you allow it to go into wetlands, you're going to have the same issue if that's neglected. So the cost can be weighed equally, one versus the other. But I think we need to do a little bit more research, have a vote on it with the community, because I know it's really important to a lot of the people. And I think that we have a responsibility to our township and to our neighbors to maintain what is there, because we do it at Drexel Lodge Park. We do it at the parks throughout the area. And just because it's an older one, we need to give it a little more care because it's been years and years since it's been dredged. So go ahead.
Okay, this is David Landrum. I'm here with Gene Bowen, and I live on 3535 Woodcrest Avenue. And I am 100%, I've been here since 1982. I'm 100% in favor of keeping the pond. And I just want to say 2 things that haven't been mentioned so far. Is number 1, I will personally donate $10,000 to dredging the pond if that's an issue in this COVID situation. And I can raise some more funding with a GoFundMe page. But if it's a financial issue, I'm happy to deal with it. It hasn't been dredged for whatever years it is. Like I said, I've lived here since 1982. I think the pond is absolutely wonderful. And the second thing that ticks me off right now, besides this, which people haven't mentioned, which I know the owner of Delmont Construction, and they use/steal/whatever at least 10 parking spots in that park every day. So why aren't we charging them for it? Why aren't they paying for the park? And the owner of the Delmont Construction that I know, it's peanuts what he gave you for the parking for his people. So that is way wrong. And nobody mentions that except me, because I'm down there walking dogs or whatever. And it's okay because of why is Delmont Construction able to do that? I'd like to know that from the township people, and then I'll shut up. On to the next one.
Excuse me, before you go, can you please give me your name again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Okay, my name is David Landrum. I've been in Marple Newtown since 1954. I lived on 3535 Woodcrest Avenue.
I got that. Thank you.
1982,
Thank you.
right by the pond. Do you need anything else?
No, I just needed your name. I'm sorry. I
Thank you,
missed it.
David Landrum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Landrum, and thank you, Mrs. Bowen.
Next up is Suzanne Mathis.
Okay, is that me?
That's
Yeah.
you.
Okay, Suzanne Mathis, 3555 Winding Way. Someone else gave you that address earlier and they don't live here, so it's a little confusing, but I am at 3555 Winding Way. I live on the pond, actually on the pond almost. And I have been here for 52 years in this very house and seen a lot of things come and go. I also, for some of you know this, but I served on the board with the supervisors for 2 terms. And I know the difficult position that they are in with making this decision. But however, going through all the documents that were presented either for or against removing or keeping the pond, I can tell you that it appears that there is a way to keep the pond. It's a little more complicated, but it can be done. There are, you've had several surveys and things. In every case, with the exception of your committee, the community was in favor of keeping the pond. And I would hope that the community wishes and hopes would weigh heavily on the supervisor's decision. And I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mathis.
Next up would be Samantha Flynn.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, thank you so much for letting me talk. I'm Samantha Flynn. I live at 3551 Winding Way. I live right next door to Suzanne. My husband and I are both physicians, so we care a lot about the health of the community that we're serving, not only the physical health, but the mental health. We look right out over the pond, and I can tell you that since this pandemic has started, the foot traffic, the number of people bringing their kids to the pond, the number of people walking around the park, and the number of people just sitting on the benches watching the pond has increased exponentially. There's not a ton of natural space left around here. We can hear the traffic from across the street. We've seen what's gone on at Ellis Preserve. The pond is unique. It's what brought us to this neighborhood when we were medical residents. It's what's kept us here 9 years later. We never expected to be here. Putting all this money and time and effort into updating our house 9 years later, really it's because of the pond. I came home at 2 a.m. last night after caring for COVID patients in the hospital, and I myself just stood for a moment and listened to the water trickle down into the pond. And I can tell you it's a very unique feature. And I think that I would just ask not to underestimate the fact that this pond brings so much nostalgia and natural beauty to everybody in this community. I think, like the caller, 2 people before me, you'd be surprised at how quickly we'd be able to raise the funds in order to preserve the pond. Every time I tell people where I live, they have a story about this pond from their childhood, and it would just be devastating to see it go. And I think we could all use a little bit of good news after months and months and months of what we've been going through in the week before Christmas. And I think this would be the news that all the neighbors here are looking to hear, is that we're going to keep what brought us here in the first place. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Flynn.
Next up would be Judy Young. Judy, you need to unmute yourself.
Judy, you're still on mute. You need to unmute.
If you're not aware, it's down probably on the left-hand corner of your screen. There's a bar that comes across the bottom where your video would be if you were able to have video, but there should be an unmute button. If by chance it's not there, it may be at the top of the screen. If you will draw your mouse up that way or down at the bottom, you should be able to find something that looks like a mic, and that says mute or unmute.
Oh, there we go. Judy Young, your mic is unmuted. You might need to turn your volume up.
It's muted again.
Nope, muted again.
Mr. Chairman, while she's trying to get that figured out, would you like to go on to the next hand?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea.
I believe it's Miss Lemke. Lemke.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Very good. My name is Derek Lemke. I'm here with my wife and my daughter. We are residents of 110 Beechwood Road. I will echo basically what a lot of the neighbors have said. I didn't realize when we started the call that you were open for comment, so I apologize. I have nothing prepared, but conceptually, we've lived here for 10 years and have just finished a major renovation on our home. And part of the thought process for that renovation was whether we wanted to stay here in Newtown Square, we wanted to leave. And as many of the neighbors have said, one thing that has definitely made us consider staying, and we are staying due to the renovation, is the natural beauty that the pond provides. And I think, as one caller recently said, if economics is truly the question, I don't think it should be as much of a demand as maybe what the PowerPoint says. I'm sure there are people in the neighborhood, and a GoFundMe page could raise revenue. And I just want to make the comment for our family that we are fully in favor of keeping the pond and would be certainly willing to add economically to that cost.
Thank you, Lemke family. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Neese, you want to see if Judy Young can do this again? We'd love to hear her comments.
I can't unmute her. She has to unmute herself.
Oh, she's unmuted.
Oh, there she goes. Miss Young, you may want to also look on your keyboard. If you have a mute on a mic or across through a mic, you may need to press that button as well. I say on your keyboard or on your computer or whatever you're using.
Looks like she's muted again. Just want to remind everyone, I know we've heard from comments that said that we were going to fill the room. We have 72 participants on this evening's program here. So you have filled the virtual township room, if you will. And again, just to remind everybody, you don't need to have prepared comments. These are your public comments. So whatever comments you have, that's fine. Now, other than Ms. Young, we're showing no other public comments at this time. I just want to remind everybody that this is your opportunity to make public comment for any agenda item. So as you look down the agenda, if you have any comments, any further comments or anything on the agenda, now would be the opportunity to make those. Otherwise, we will be moving ahead with the agenda.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I would also mention for Ms. Young, or maybe it's Mr. Young and just signed in under Judy. But anyway, if they wish to send the comment to publiccomment@newtowntownship.org, if they would do that, I would read that into the record for you.
That'd be fine. We will have an opportunity at the end of the meeting for comments on items not related to anything on the agenda. So if you have anything you want to say on the agenda or an agenda item, now would be the time. Mr. Neese, I believe there's somebody named Jordan that has their hand up.
I'm going to go ahead and allow them to talk.
Okay.
And they can unmute themselves, and if they'll give where they are, that would be helpful.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kristen Bernstein. I live on 3530 Tyson Road, which is a neighborhood that doesn't meet the park. Our backyards don't meet the park, but we live in the neighborhood that I believe another resident was talking about a couple minutes ago. I agree that the pond should be kept. In our opinion, it's a very great place for mental and physical health. I agree with the physician who was just on. I myself am a nurse practitioner. My husband is a physical therapist. And during these incredibly stressful times, it's been so beautiful to come to the park and be able to see the pond. And it's one of the reasons we also bought a home in our neighborhood where we moved to, this in Tyson Road about a year ago. But regardless of that, I agree with, and I think this needs to be paramount as well, and whatever the proposal is for the park, that the accessibility needs to be looked at, because we have no way of accessing the park on Tyson Road, and we'd have to walk down Cayley. And with a child or a stroller, that's really hard to do because cars turn that corner very quickly. So it's not very safe at all. So it's really, really hard for us to get there safely. And we feel uncomfortable cutting into neighbors' backyards who their property backs up into the park. So I definitely agree that we need to look at the accessibility. That's really, really important to my husband and I, because we really want to utilize the park more, regardless of the plans. But I also agree that the pond is very unique to this community and the neighborhoods around it. So we would love to see the pond as well. And thank you for hearing my comments.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for your comment. Mr. Neese, the only hand still up there is the Judy Young. If you want to give them, see if they have one more chance to
You want to see these lights?
Yeah.
resolve whatever technical issues they have, and then we can move on.
Yeah, I don't know what else to tell or tell them if they, you're unmuted, so.
Speak.
Yeah.
All right, I would.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Neese, I would suggest that that they take your suggestion and send their comments in, and if we get it before the meeting, we'll certainly read it at the end of the meeting, regardless of what it's regarding, just so that we have that. Other than that, there's no other hands. I am going to move on with the agenda. We are now at 8 o'clock, and we haven't really dented the agenda yet, so we're going to get moving here. Okay, next on the agenda is item number 8. This is consider approving the minutes from the November 23rd, 2020 meeting. I trust everybody's had a chance to review those minutes. I'll entertain a motion for approval or consideration of any changes.
I'd make a motion to approve the minutes as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion was made by Supervisor Roberts Lightcap, seconded by Supervisor Altieri to approve the minutes as written. Any further questions or discussion on the item? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have a presentation on, what do you know? Greer Park. I think at this point, Mr. Neese, you can turn it over to Mr. Pollock, and he can give us the presentation.
Hello?
Hello, Wade. How are you?
Hi, good, John. Thank you. So I just want to make sure tonight everyone understands tonight's purpose is to just present to the Board of Supervisors our findings on the pond and whether we should keep the pond or remove the dam and turn it into an emergent wetland. So that's the only purpose for tonight. I just want to make sure the public is aware of that. So I'll just move on then. So slide 1, this is a map of the watershed that feeds Fox's Run. Looking at this, you realize how critical Fox's Run and the park are to our environment. Slide 2 shows a conceptual illustration of Greer Park with a walking path next to the wetlands. The wetlands to the right-hand side there. And then this path goes to the outside. There's trees and shrubs. This is the riparian buffer. So it's quite beautiful. It's not what some people are describing. And then shows slide 3 shows the conceptual illustration of FDR Park in South Philadelphia, with walking path next to the wetlands. And this is probably something that, somewhere between what we just saw, is to the side. This is more of the open area that the pond will look like, or the water feature will look like. Maybe not quite as large as this, but something similar to this. So it still has a water feature, and it's still going to have fishing available to it. So if we can go back to slide 2, I sent out pictures on Facebook. I sent out pictures in an earlier presentation that was. No, that's it. I'm sorry. and those pictures were they kind of look like Andrew Wyeth in a depressed mood or something. It was that drab looking. That's not what we're planning. I just wanted to give everyone an idea of what a wetland looks like, and the grasses, the shrubs, and that kind of stuff. So we're planning a beautiful space here, not some drab looking weed filled area. I just want to make sure the public knows that. So, and I just want to give a brief history of how we got here and why we're here tonight. In 2014, the township was notified by the Pennsylvania DEP that the Ponds Dam needed costly repairs. The township decided to apply for grants and develop a master plan for the entire Greer Park site. In 2018, a joint grant of roughly $75,000 was awarded by DCED and DCNR to the township for a master plan for Greer Park. In early 2019, a steering committee was formed to oversee the development of the master plan and ensure transparency to our community. We spent some time understanding every aspect of the park and used that information to write a request for proposal to hire an engineering firm to develop and publish a master plan. In the summer of 2019, the township put the project out for public bid, and the committee interviewed several candidates before selecting Urban Research and Development Corporation from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, earlier this year. They brought with them a team of biologists from Applied Engineering Sciences to assess the environmental conditions, and they also brought a renowned dam engineer, Dr. Charles Givler, from Givler and Associates, to assess the entire pond and its infrastructure. Our committee is made up of 9 households from Newtown Township and is reflective of the general population. Members with multiple points of view were included to ensure constructive conversation and transparency. There are 3 households represented from Upper St. Albans and 3 households represented from Lower St. Albans. There's 2 pond owners that care for ponds on their own properties. There's a pediatrician from CHOP, and the supervisors and the township administration and supervisors have been responsive in answering our questions and providing relevant data when requested. The township administration representative and supervisor have been available to answer questions at our meetings. Any decisions made by the committee are made by a simple count of member votes. There has been no influence on our members from outside sources. All process followed have been fair and unbiased to ensure full transparency. The overall goal of our committee is to develop a master plan for the park. The master plan is a conceptual guide that the township will use to develop the final designs of those features identified in the plan. A master plan should consider the past, but its purpose serves the future. We need to not only consider our memories of yesteryear, but also consider the memories that our park will create in the future. The master plan provides the footprint or layout of the park and identifies the placement of features such as playground area, trails, and exercise equipment. If you can turn to slide 4. This is the current footprint illustration of Greer Park. Any related construction from the master plan will occur sometime in the future after the master plan is published and final designs are funded, and then construction starts. Currently, the footprint of the park cannot be finalized without a decision on the pond area. Our committee has met for nearly 2 years, and after reviewing all relevant data, including a detailed cost-benefit analysis, a comprehensive environmental assessment, and input provided by a multitude of sources, we voted by a 7-2 margin to replace the pond with an emergent wetland. The reason we are here tonight is to review our decision on the pond and to provide the supervisors an opportunity to ask questions. So let me explain the project in general and some of the pond options that the committee looked at. This is a significant investment for our community. The cost of the project will be between $500,000 and $750,000, or it could be more, depending upon the appetite of the residents and the supervisors. There are state and private grants available to help us offset project costs. Additionally, there are opportunities to utilize the master plan to satisfy MS4 requirements, which will provide the township with a cost avoidance. The committee's approach to cost has been to get the biggest bang for our community buck, but we've always held the environment as our number one goal. Improving the environment of the park was a major goal of the committee. The grants that are funding our master plan require us to look for ways to improve the environment. We will need to show both DCED and DCNR how our plan improves the environment. The existing English-style open water pond provides a dramatic aesthetic view, but provides little environmental benefit. It warms the water that leaves the pond, which in turn warms the water downstream and harms the environment. The maintenance associated with this style of pond is by far the costliest of all options considered by the committee. This style of pond attracts geese, which defecate throughout the park. Managing the geese population requires significant resources and an ever-changing technique. Goose feces were identified as the number one reason for visitors not visiting the park, so this weighed heavily on our decision. Additionally, the cost of repairing the existing dam structure and returning the pond to the existing open water style is marginally greater than the cost of removing the dam and allowing emerging wetland to develop. The chances of receiving grant funding for an open pond with no riparian buffer is minimal at best. Therefore, the initial cost of this project will most likely require 100% taxpayer funds. This style of pond provides the least protection to the stream and park property during excessive stormwater runoff events. Slide 5 shows a forebay. Adding a forebay was considered in this option. A forebay captures sediment before it reaches the pond and reduces the dredging interval of the pond, therefore reducing the annual maintenance cost. Any cost savings that might be realized by adding a forebay are negligible when considering the overall maintenance cost of this style of pond. The forebay, in effect, provides no environmental benefit other than removing sediment before it reaches the pond. Slide 7, option number 1, shows the cost of keeping the pond, dredging, repairing the dam, and adding a forebay and doing nothing else. This is not an option that the committee even considered, but it is the option that 2 of our members preferred most. I believe that this is the option that is preferred by residents bordering properties because of the magnificent view it provides. So we did consider two options here. One pond had a riparian buffer around it, and the other option was an emergent wetland. So slide 8 shows a riparian buffer. And what you'll see is that there's different stages of the riparian buffer. Some of it is out of the water and some of it is in the water. Because of our style of pond, the biologist believes that we can't do much with the plants that would be in the water. So most of our riparian buffer would be outside of the water and would require a little wider of a space than if we could use plants in the water. But this, it's going to be beautiful. We're going to select beautiful plants. You're not going to have a view of the water from all of the properties, but this is something that's required from the state. So this is why we considered this option. So this pond style was considered by the committee, including a riparian buffer around the pond with a smaller visible water surface. The buffer includes tall sedge grasses, shrubs, and trees that will restrict the geese's ability to land on the water because of their horizontal approach to landing. This vegetation also makes the geese more susceptible to predators and helps to impede their ability to gain flight. This pond style minimizes the geese population, but still requires managing them. This pond style has somewhat better ecological benefit and moderately increases the possibility of partial grant funding. Views of the water feature will be greatly reduced for some bordering residents, but park visitors should still enjoy a similarly dramatic view. This option helps to minimize the impact of stormwater events to the stream and park property slightly. This type of pond requires a significant upfront taxpayer investment and has a slightly better chance of partial grant funding. It will cause an increase in the township's annual maintenance costs. These maintenance costs could be reduced depending on how much sludge and algae are acceptable. Slide 9 shows the cost of that style of pond, including the riparian buffer. So the option that was the other option that was considered, the option that is being recommended by our committee, removes the dam and replaces the pond with an emergent wetland. This wetland will cover a slightly smaller area, but would be aesthetically similar to the pond option with riparian buffers that was considered. There would be enough of a water feature to still provide a habitat for aquatic life and community fishing, which I think is important for what I've heard from the residents tonight, of bluegills and crappies. This area would still be considered the centerpiece of the park, and our intention is to make it just as charming and beautiful as the ponds, but more interactive for the community and our children. Wetlands act as the kidneys of our environment by helping to extract and break down pollutants and other hazardous materials in our streams. A wetland habitat is not conducive to geese and provides our best chance of eradication. This habitat will attract the greatest variety of wildlife, including herons that a lot of people like to see that are there now and will remain, and other large birds. A wetland provides greater educational opportunities for our children. This option provides the greatest possible environmental benefit to our community, downstream communities, and the Darby Creek watershed. This option nearly ensures 50% grant funding and will greatly increase our chances for 100% funding through matching state grants. Additional public funding is also a possibility with this option because of the ecological benefit downstream. Annual maintenance costs for this option are a fraction of either pond option. Additionally, this option best protects the stream and park property from stormwater events. Slide 9, option 2, shows the cost of removing the dam and replacing the pond with an emergent wetland. So some of the factors that we looked at. Sustainability is a great concern, not only for this park, but for our entire park system. It is estimated that the annual recurring cost of maintaining either pond option cited above will increase the annual parks maintenance cost by 6 to 7%, whereas the wetlands would require a less than 1% increase. The current supervisors have realized the need for increased recreation in our community and been supportive of cost-effective projects that have been identified by the Parks and Recreation Committee as long as we show the demands. The Greer Park Steering Committee considered the impact that this investment would have on overall parks maintenance budget. They've reached out to the Parks and Recreation Committee and Rich Enale from Marple Newtown Recreation for input. There is a greater demand for activities such as an all-inclusive play area for our special needs children, pickleball, basketball, and even a dog park than there is for fishing or ice skating. A greater segment of our population would benefit from investment in other competing activities. Slide 10 shows the Newtown Parks and Recreation Committee's charter. And we believe that the wetland best supports one of their goals, which is sustainability. The wetland option better supports the township's comprehensive plan and will help to offset the financial burdens associated with future MS4 requirements. There was great concern for possible impacts to bordering properties and downstream properties. We understand that the view afforded to some residents will be altered. We believe that the new park will provide a comparably beautiful view of the wetland, and other added features of the park should increase the local property values. We believe that removing the dam will best protect downstream properties from stormwater damage. The EAC, Newtown Square and Bloom, Darby Creek Valley Association, and other organizations strongly support the wetland option, and letters of recommendations have already been provided or will be provided. Slide 11, which is marked 41 for some reason, shows a summary of all public input. Public input was difficult to assess as the pandemic kept most residents from attending a public meeting to review various options presented by the committee. We sent out 1,000 flyers we put in mailboxes. We walked around, it took a few weekends. It was posted on every Facebook account we could think of. It was on the Newtown Township's website. We publicized this as much as we possibly could, but the pandemic kept people out. So there were only 50 residents in attendance, and over 20% of the attendees were residents whose properties have a view of the pond. Additionally, 2 of the attendees were Broomall residents, and I believe a few of the others were as well. Presentations at the meeting were limited by social distancing guidelines. Neither the public survey nor public meeting identified the cost of the various options, and it was difficult to communicate the environmental benefit just because of the social distancing. There were 36 in favor of keeping the pond. There were only 46 of the 50 people who attended the public meeting voted on the pond issue. There were 36 were in favor of keeping the pond. Out of 46 people, 36 were in favor of keeping the pond, a significant number. The overwhelming majority of the public survey responses cited improving the environment as the most important issue to them. So they're kind of conflicting statements because the wetlands is the best option for the environment. Keeping the pond is not. But again, there were only 50 people there. It was in the middle of COVID, so it's kind of skewed, and there were an inordinate amount of people whose property bordered the park. And again, I appreciate their view, and we're doing everything we can to make their view just as beautiful in the future. So slide 12 shows how the public opinion relates to the pond decision. Our committee considered current environmental issues like climate change in our decision. Recent local seasonal changes could decrease the ice skating season. Additionally, an increase in storm and related water runoff could impact the pond and stream. A recent increase in sediment related to construction has caused an increase in sediment flowing into the park. This presents a variable that could have negative impacts to the pond's health and require an increase to maintenance costs in the future. If we can go back to slide 6, Steve, I'm sorry. These are the pros and cons of the 2 options. Slide 6, I'm sorry. So they're just a listing of the pros and cons. And the best benefit to the environment is certainly removing the pond and letting an emergent wetland develop, which is going to provide fishing, a lot of educational opportunities for our children, and an extremely beautiful view for all of the property owners. So the committee and the township's overall goal was to develop a master plan that envisioned a world-class park that people in the township will want to visit. The township also explained that the environmental issues were their greatest concern. Most people today tend to support those things that benefit them the most. Our committee was asked to support what we think is best for the community and environment. And we believe replacing the ponds with an emergent wetland is the best choice. This is the end of our presentation to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Wade. Just let me add and say that I'm very impressed with what you and your committee has done. We appreciate your efforts. We know this was not an easy thing to do. Certainly, this has stirred a lot of community sentiment and passion. And again, we appreciate everything you've done. It's very comprehensive. It's very grounded in reality. It's grounded in science. And I do appreciate it. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my fellow supervisors and ask if they have any questions for you.
I do, actually. So just to kind of repeat exactly what the chairman just said there, Wade, I appreciate that presentation. I appreciate members of your committee for the work that you guys have been doing. regarding this project. I guess the first thing that I have, and I have a series of questions for you, Wade, and then I believe your biologist who was part of this committee is also on the call. And Mr. Neese, if you could promote him to a panelist, because I'm going to have a few questions that I want to ask him as well. But I guess the first question I have for you, Wade, is one that we kind of heard consistently, and I'm just curious to see what your opinion is as the chairman of this committee. When you hear residents say that this is not a township issue, but a neighborhood issue, and you and your committee were tasked with the opposite of that, of looking at what was the benefit for the entire community, how do you parse that apart?
Well, we understand that the majority of people that will be visiting the park are from Upper and Lower St. Albans. And we understand that the properties that border the park have to be treated in a special way. So we've considered all of that in our thoughts, but we also have to consider the fact that there's special needs children in our community that aren't in Upper and Lower St. Albans that need to visit the park. They need access to the park. We considered them. There's a person with a elderly parent who has Alzheimer's and they want to spend the last few years of their life enjoying nature, that we considered them. So we considered everybody in our community. The average age is like 55. We looked at that. We looked at every demographic offered to us to make the best decision for our entire community. I read on the other night on Facebook, someone put, "We don't want more people in our park." To me, that it hurt to read that hurt me. We want more people in the parks.
And Wade, I guess another question that I would have, and let me actually first start off with a comment of my own, is that, and I think it's fair to say that this is a sentiment felt by the rest of the board. I don't know where this rumor, and I'm speaking to every resident out there, I don't know where this rumor came from that this board or prior boards was ever looking at selling this for some sort of development. That is a ridiculous comment. That is a ridiculous rumor. Like most rumors are, this board is committed, especially this one, into moving this park into the 21st century. And so Wade, with that being said, is it a fair statement to say that the reason why some people might feel as if this park is neglected is that it's essentially at a holding period? A holding period is the township's not going to invest into this park right now until this master plan is completed. And that's exactly what you're tasked with. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, so the pond hasn't been taken care of, but that's been going on for 30 years. It's not the current administration or supervisors' problem. This is a long-term problem with the pond and the stream and the park itself. The playground equipment was removed because there were safety issues with it, and we could have been fined from the state, and we could have been liable if someone got hurt. So it was removed. The plan was to replace that playground. But looking at the entire park, the township decided the best thing to do is come up with a comprehensive master plan that meets the needs of our community in total, and we'll do everything at once rather than piecemeal it and have to redo it over a few years later. It seems like a good plan to me. There was never any intention to sell the park whatsoever. I have never heard anyone in our committee, the township, anywhere say they're going to sell the park.
Wade, I don't know if this is going to be a question for you or if it's a question for Mike. So Mike, if you want to kind of answer this from the biologist point of view, I see that he's promoted, but you're currently muted, Mike.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks,
Mike, in terms of the wetlands, because this is a question that I think a lot of us have, will the wetlands be, as some have described it, a mosquito breeding ground?
Absolutely not. So I think the most important thing, the whole premise of promoting a functional, healthy ecosystem here is to have just that, something that's functional. So right now the pond, albeit having this traditional, beautiful setting, mowed lawn right to open water, is a dysfunction within the stream ecosystem. What we're proposing isn't to remove open water altogether, right? We were proposing to remove the dam, which is in disrepair and would require costs to maintain because it's not part of the system, right? If we restored the stream, but we created a stream associated wetland that also has open water features, but also has that entire littoral shelf. Wade showed that great profile that shows the shallow portions of the water where hydrophytic vegetation can grow. That's where your functional ecosystem happens, right? Those plants are taking up toxicants, nutrients, et cetera. They're slowing the energy of water during storm events. And most importantly, related to the mosquito question, mosquitoes it's a fly species, right? And they have an aquatic larval phase. They prefer stagnant waters that are anoxic and where that are free of fish, free of amphibians, free of larval dragonflies, because all of those things forage heavily. They feed on larval dipterids, including mosquitoes. So a functional system has the dragonflies. It has the other larval insects, the aquatic macroinvertebrates within a functional wetland system that are currently absent in a more open, warm water, unvegetated pond system. So there's natural checks and balances that we, I work for an ecological restoration firm. We design and implement these things for years. I've been doing this for 17 years. Langhorne Borough is a phenomenal example. If you want to reach out and ask them, they had we did a stream restoration and there was an associated ponded area, and people were concerned about mosquitoes, and we walked out there with people that had issues, and they saw frogs and dragonflies and no mosquitoes. No more mosquitoes than you would find in any other natural setting.
Got it. And Mike, I'm going to ask you a few more questions, and I love the information you're giving, but in the interest of time, we're going to keep it a little bit brief. All right.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. So the next question I have for you is, and you sort of alluded to it. So is it fair to say that the removal of the dam will not increase stormwater flooding, but it would actually be the opposite with the emergent wetlands plan? Is that
absolutely. So I will keep this brief. The stream associated wetland that we're proposing to be designed within the footprint of the existing pond is one aspect, but we're also proposing stream restoration that begins when it enters the park all the way to where it leaves the park, right? That whole lower floodplain area is currently disconnected hydrologically because of storm events causing an undercutting, an erosion of the stream. It lowers the water table. What we're proposing is to reconnect that hydrology so that lower floodplain area that is a wetland, it's a functional wetland, will be much more functional and will have the capacity during storm events to hold much more water.
And these are my last two questions, Mr. Chairman. The Mike, again to you. The animals that are in there, the turtles, the fish, what happens to them if the pond goes away?
So the devil's in the details, right? This is a master plan. We are visioning. So there's a variety of ways that these sorts of projects can go. We know that red-bellied turtles are not occupying it. That's a state-threatened turtle species. The most dominant species in there is probably whether people, I'm sure they didn't mean harm in doing it, but have released red-eared sliders that were somebody's pet at one point. They are unfortunately an invasive species. So they're causing a eutrophication of the system. Depending on the actual design and the process and the permitting, we could salvage fish. We could salvage turtles, meaning there's an environmental person like me, a biologist that's there actually catching fish and putting them in tanks and holding them until the restoration happens, right? The design and permitting takes a while, but the actual construction, it will be a matter of a week or two, right? To restore the stream and to modify the grading to have an earthen berm versus a dam that needs to be regulated for this open water wetland feature and then those fish can be released in there. But nothing there is protected. So by law, we wouldn't have to do that, but we could.
Got it. And the last question I have is and I understand it completely, a lot of the comments that individuals have provided tonight were about the emotional attachment to the pond. And again, I get that.
Sure.
The beauty or curse of this position is that we have to take into consideration the entire township and not just one pocket of a township, and understanding that the park system that we have here services everyone. you not only are a biologist, but you also grew up in Newtown Township. And so you yourself, theoretically, have an emotional attachment to this pond. You, I believe, shared stories that you ice skated on this as a kid, your brothers ice skated on this, your family fished in it, so on and so forth. With that being said, from a biological standpoint and an environmental standpoint, do you agree with the findings of this committee that the best interests of the environment are to remove this pond?
So great question. First, I'll throw in a clarifier. I raised my children in Newtown Township. I'm a Springfield boy, but
you should have kept that to yourself.
But you know, my father was a Drexel alum, and we had and his fraternity had parties at Drexel Lodge Park all the time when I was a kid. And actually, those ponds I'm very closely connected to. And back then, when I was a child, it was a cattail marsh. It wasn't an open pond. There was actual emergent vegetation. So my fond memories are related to, you know, murking around on the edge of the cattails and fishing and swimming in there, whether we should have or not. And so look, I'm a human. Without going in too deep, I'll mention one word: biophilia. Right? We all have intrinsic connections to nature, and there's huge therapeutic benefits, right, to just being in nature. We know that there's science behind it. There's just emotion. There's common sense behind it. So nobody here who has a strong attachment, a connection to the pond in its current state should be scoffed at, right? I mean, that's a very valid and genuine thing. But I think we also need to think about and appreciate change, right? It's a mowed lawn and an open water feature. There's very little ecological value. As mentioned, there's been a lot of development in the area. The existing wetland features and not green spaces within the township need to be looked at for our MS4 requirements and a variety of other values. Not just sitting there and seeing Canada geese. Imagine instead of seeing Canada geese, you're seeing wood ducks that are breeding in a box, and mallard ducks, and your great blue heron, and 25 bird species, right? Songbirds that are fluttering around. So I sympathize very much with the idea of holding on to this, but I would encourage folks to try and think about redefining the relationship with this space. The open water feature isn't going away. It's just changing for the future. That's what I would say.
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity.
No worries, Mr. Altieri. All good questions. Thank you very much. Good clarifications. Any other supervisor have any other questions or comments?
Yeah, John, I do. So we've heard from a lot of residents. We've heard from the committee. Steve, what's the requested timeline for the board to consider action on this issue?
Sorry, I would, obviously the committee, or not the committee, but the consultant would like to keep moving and move forward with the project and take the next step. So the committee, as I understand it, is at a spot where it needs direction from the board. But if you decide that you need to take some time and would consider doing the action, maybe at the first meeting in January, I would think that a couple of weeks probably isn't an issue, but the next meeting that we intend to do full business is the meeting on the 24th or 28th of January, I believe.
All right. So then I propose that we move on and take this up on the 24th. That's my proposal.
Is that a motion, Ed?
Well, it's not a motion. I mean, I just think we should move on to. We got a lot of stuff on the agenda, and I think we're. If we're looking at not taking action tonight, then I think we should take this follow up on the 24th, and then look with the target of taking some action on the issue of Greer Park on the 24th of January. That's my suggestion.
Well, thank you. All right, I understand it's not a motion. That's good. I guess as I understand it, we don't need to take any formal action and simply nod our heads and say, yeah, we think you're going in the right direction. Unless I'm missing my guess, Mr. Neese, am I?
Yeah, the committee's just wanting to verify that before we continue with engaging the consultant to start the next step, which is really putting the full master plan together, we're at this divide. of making sure that we're going in the direction that we want to go as a community, to keep the pond or not keep the pond. Because what they get ready to do is, if you agree with what the committee's come up with so far, they would move forward and there would be a master plan that comes out that doesn't include the pond. If you were to disagree with where the committee is so far, then, and say that you want to keep the pond, then the consultants would move forward with a plan that involves keeping the pond. And so I think that's where we are at this moment. And that's the reason why we're before the board.
Okay, and that was my understanding too. I mean, I don't see any reason why we need to, I mean, I don't need any more time to consider it. As far as I'm concerned, I think the committee's moving in the right direction and I would support that. I guess, depending on how the rest of the supervisors feel, I think, we'll see what they want to do.
Well, I think there's an issue of cost too. So since there's an issue of cost, we need to approve. So I think
we're not approving any cost right now, Mr. Partridge. We're just
no, I understand that, but I mean, I think we need to formally decide on a direction through a board vote, since that's going to result in a future project and future cost. That's my thought. I mean, if in other words, the committee keeps going, I mean, what kind of future cost are they moving towards? I mean, we need to, we're going to have to approve that in the end. So I think we should formally, vote on the direction so
there's no, as I understand it, there's no future cost that we have to approve for the committee at this point. Everything they're doing presently is still covered under the original authorization that we gave them and the funding and whatever else that came with that. So
Yes.
There's nothing that we're approving at this point from a cost standpoint. It's just the committee's asked the question, is this the direction we want them to continue to go in? As far as I'm concerned, yes. I think that's all we're being asked to do is say, do we agree that this is the direction they should be continuing in or not?
as opposed to keep the pond.
Well, I guess, yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, we've heard from a lot of residents who want to keep the pond. So, I mean, where's the board at here? Is the board want to keep the pond, or does the board want to move in the committee direction?
Well, that's what I was asking.
I think that I don't see the point. What I would be cautious of is us creating these committees, these steering committees, where you have a subset of the population spending time away from their families, for these meetings, and investing the time and energy into it. And then we say, nope, thanks for nothing, and kind of just walk away from the work that they're doing. I think that, they come together like any of these master plans. I mean, we've done 5 of them in the last 6 years. You put together a group of individuals and you have them run with the idea, and we start implementing what we can based off of the findings of the master plan. And so for that reason, I think, I don't want to see, and Wade might be able to weigh in on this, I don't want to see us slow them down from getting their, potential for grant money or anything else that they're going to need to see that this park gets revitalized.
Yeah, Len, I agree with you, but tonight we heard from a lot of residents, taxpayers, who, are moving in a different direction and want us to keep the pond. So I think we because of that, I think we should just take some type of a formal action in terms of a vote that we continue in it. We heard the public opinion, if this is the case, and that we either agree with it and we want to we want to stop and we want to save the pond, or we want to continue with our initial direction, that with the committee and go and have another use of this park. I mean, so I agree with you that we should we should establish a committee and support the committee, but we've heard a lot of objection tonight, and I think we need to consider that and decide, yes, we heard you, and but we don't agree. We want to continue with what we started here, or yeah, we heard you and we want to put a halt, and we want to look at, keeping the pond.
I'd like to know what kind of options we have if we go either way to get money from the DEP. Is there grants available to fund this cost? Because both of these costs are not budgeted for next year. So my question is one was 200,000, the other one was almost 300,000 and change. So I guess my question is, no matter which method or way we go, how's this going to be paid for? Are there grants that we're looking to obtain to get this work done? And how much time do we have to do it?
Well, I believe that was addressed in the presentation, that they felt that the grants were more likely to be had in the options that didn't involve the pond. And you're absolutely right, Mr. Russo, we don't have this budgeted in 2021, nor is this action committing us to anything in 2021. Simply, I mean, it could take 2021 till the committee finishes the master planning process. Also, the question was asked, is this the direction that we want them to continue moving in or not? That's the only question is. It's not any cost to the township to do so. We're not committing to anything. And I guess, once they get done the entire thing and they present a final master plan process or final master plan to us, we could, if we felt differently, choose not to approve it. It's just, we're not approving master plan right now. We're not approving any funding. We're just simply, the question was asked before the committee continues to go into their work. Is this the direction that the board is happy with, that they want them to go forward? Again, I just remind everybody that this whole process started simply because DEP advised us that the dam that impounds the pond is a high hazard dam, and at any day they could order us to fix it or tear it down. So part of rather than simply taking action one way or the other, we all felt as a board that it would be the best thing to do to study this and what would be the best direction for Greer Park. Now, we're not there yet. We don't have an answer, but we have some semblance of an answer. And I think what the committee is asking us is this the direction that we want them to head in. So again, I think it's only a yes or no question at this point that they're asking us.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. So this is to give just so I understand, this is to give the committee direction so that they can go ahead and complete the master plan of the entire park, including accessibility, playgrounds, amenities, and of that nature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That direction is making a decision that we will not retain the pond, correct?
That's correct.
So, we've turned this into a public event where we have two sides. And one side wants us to continue with what we asked them to do in the first place, but now all of a sudden we have a lot of residents, who, and I'm not saying which side I'm on, but I just think because of what happened tonight, that we're at a decision point to continue in the direction that we started, or to consider the new direction asked for by the residents of stopping this and retaining the pond. So I just think we're at a decision point, whether that decision point is tonight or the 24th of January. That's.
So Mr. Neese and Mr. Pollock, if we waited until after the new year to give direction, does that impact timing and money or any of that if we come back on January 24th to revisit this?
So the consultant is writing a grant for us to get some funding, and that I believe that goes in March. They kind of need to know where we're at with regard to this decision for that effort as well. So that could impact money. I don't know how far along they are with the grant. I know that they've started. Additionally, they did meet with the dam engineer and the biologist. They all got together and they're actually starting to take a look at the wetland version of it. So, I mean, they're already going down that road. It might be best if we made this decision as soon as possible. They've spent a lot of hours. Mike has spent probably twice as many hours as he's gotten paid for this. So
And to that point, Mr. Pollock, it's not only you as volunteers and residents, you also, we as the township have paid for professionals who have dealt with these kinds of issues before as well. So it's not as though we're just going to let the field go fallow or the park go fallow. These are planned, everything's going to be planned, correct?
Yes, yes, everything. Yeah, you were right. It's going to be the entire park. So we, we're looking at certain things and we're getting everything together generally. But at this point, the footprint that has to be defined and some decisions have to be made. It's bottlenecked on the pond decision because the trails are involved with it, placement of the playground, some of the other options. We're at a standstill on those with the footprint because we don't know what's going to happen with the pond.
John, I'm going to offer a motion
Okay.
that brings this to a decision, for the reason of coming to a decision, not saying which way I am right now.
Mr.
But-
Chairman, really quick, if I can interrupt, there are 2 comments that were entered related to this in public comment through the email. I just want to make sure that you're aware that they're there, whether you listen to them now or whether you listen to them later. I just want to put it out there that they are related to the pond.
Can
Yes,
you just tell us who they are and which side they're on here?
I can.
Yes, you might as well read it, Mr. Neese. Go ahead.
It's Wendy, I believe it's Panzer,
Panzer.
Panzer. And her husband Dave, they live at 3507 Cayley Road, and they are for the pond. And then the other one, I'm looking for somebody, I don't have a last name, maybe it's Kathy Hurley. I believe she's at 128 Beechwood Road. And her comment is she's not in favor of removing the pond. And that is, there's other comments, but that's the gist of their 2 comments.
Thank you, Mr. Neese. Mr. Partridge, you're in the middle of a potential motion.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion that the board decide to continue with the work of the committee with the understanding that we will not retain the pond at Greer Park.
Does that motion have a second? The motion was to continue with the work of the committee, which includes not retaining the pond at Greer Park.
I'll second it.
Motion was made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Altieri to vote to have the committee continue their work in the direction of not retaining the pond at Greer Park. Mr. Neese.
Yes.
Well, let me ask this question first. Any other board comment, concerns, questions on this motion?
Yeah, I think the reason I made the motion is that the committee needs to know that we're not going to retain the pond, or we're going to retain the pond, and the residents need to know this. So that's why I made the motion to bring it to a decision point tonight, so that we can continue or stop.
I appreciate that, Mr. Partridge. All right. If there's no further board comment or questions on this, Mr. Neese, could you do a roll call vote on this,
I
please?
do have a comment that I'd like to make before we get to the vote, because I understand the way that this is probably getting teed up is that it's going to be a vote that many of these residents who spoke are not going to be happy about. But again, the one thing that is the beauty and the curse of this position is that we have to represent the interests of the entire community. And I understand 100% the emotional aspect that a lot of people have and the aesthetic beauty that pond has. But I also have faith in this master plan that what we have today will be improved upon tomorrow, and that the overall environmental sustainability of that park, which is not in a position right now to be proud of or even one to write home about, will increase exponentially. We are going to have a 21st century park for the residents of this entire community, not just in that neighborhood. And the one guiding document that we have looking forward to as a board is the strategic plan. And the strategic plan is what's guiding this community. And all of us approved that plan and its recommendations. I know there's some who want to parse through it, but 91% of the residents who were surveyed in the strategic plan voted to support environmental initiatives to provide open space and protect wildlife. And then the flip side of that is that 94% also said they wanted no taxes raised. So it shows again the beauty and the complication of local government. But again, the guiding principle for me in this decision right now is what's best for the environment and what's best for those surrounding homes. Yes, it's going to be a change, but it's going to be a change for the better, both from an environmental standpoint and everything else.
Well said, Mr. Altieri.
I just have one question, Mr. Chairman, and well, actually, Mr. Neese. Once this master plan is, the committee works on this master plan, now that once they're giving a direction, people will be able to comment on the master plan. It's not it's not going to be a fait accompli after we decide today what happens.
All this is it gives direction for us to go forward with the committee. So they know they're going to take this and they're going to start coming up with a master plan. Once the final master plan is complete, there'll be another opportunity for the public to view the master plan, and then you will pass the master plan as a board. It's requirement. We're doing this with grant dollars, and as part of the grant, we have to do it that way. And so, I mean, it will happen. That's how we've been doing all of them anyhow.
And we would do that anyway, whether or not it was part of the grant or not, because it affects people's homes and
Correct.
and homes and use of the park.
But I guess, all I was trying to say is we just have to do it that way.
Yes.
Besides the fact that this board has made that the basic policy of how it operates, it always takes it back to the public and gives them the opportunity. So it's part of the master plan process.
Yep. So this is not the final. Today is not.
It is not.
Final. Okay.
It is not.
Just a direction. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Good. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, I would make note that you have, I'm just telling you, you have 4 people with their hands raised, but all 4 had made comment earlier.
I saw them, Mr. Neese. And again, as I stated at the beginning of the meeting, we're not taking any comments. We've taken all the comment already on this item that we're going to take this evening. And again, as you pointed out, these folks that have their hands up had already had an opportunity to speak. So if there's no other comments, Mr. Neese, will you please?
Yeah, no, there's one more, John, and to Tina. So Tina, although this isn't final, it's final as far as the pond. I mean, this vote eliminates the possibility of retaining the pond. So from that perspective, it is final for the pond.
Theoretically not though, because it's just the master plan. Implementation is a whole different thing. I get what corner you're trying to back us into, it seems like, but that's not how it's going to theoretically work.
Well, I'm not trying to back us into
Right,
any
that's not the
corner.
way I understood it to be either. It's just a plan. It's not a, it's a plan. We're not implementing the plan. They're developing a plan. We don't have to accept the plan. We may find that whatever decision we make now and we get the master plan, we might not want that master plan.
Yes, but
Yeah, that's
but
what it is.
Yeah, but Tina, I think what Wade said is he really can't go on, until he knows that we're moving away from the direction of the pond. I don't know. Want to put words in his mouth?
Yes. We're gonna work on the stream above the pond. We're gonna work on the stream below the pond, and we're gonna create the footprint for the rest of the park. So if we decide that we're gonna keep the pond, that's going to change the work that's going to occur up front of the pond before the stream that goes into the pond. That's going to be totally different. That's going to be part of the plan. It's going to have to be thrown out. They're planning that part of it now.
Exactly. So
the plan is not going to be any good for anything if we decide now to remove the pond and then later keep it. So this decision is going to affect the plan. And we took $75,000 from the state. I don't know if you want to return it and tell them we're just joking about the plan, but I think it's a decision that needs to be made now.
So it is a final determination on the pond, or else we're kind of crazy for telling the committee to go forward and then tell them no later, that we
Yeah.
want to go back to the pond. This is basically a final decision on retaining the pond. That's the way that's what I get from what Wade just said.
Or you could throw out the master plan and start over again.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, exactly.
A little clarification as
So
we
let's
go
call it
through
what it is, and
finality.
that's what I'm saying, not to, as Len said, I'm not looking to make another issue. I'm just saying, this is what it is. I mean, we're either going to move with Wade and Wade asked to have a decision on this, or we're not. Just call it what it is.
Okay, so the motion was made and seconded. The vote is whether we if you vote yes, you're saying yes, we want the community to move ahead in the direction we're going. You vote no, you don't want them to go in that direction. So Mr. Neese, will you please give us a roll call vote?
Mr. Partridge,
Yes.
Ms. Roberts Lightcap,
Yes.
Mr. Russo,
Yes.
Mr. Altieri,
Yes.
Mr. Nawn.
Yes.
We have a 5-0 vote, Mr.
So that's unanimous that we want the committee to continue to move in the direction we're moving in. Again, Mr. Pollock, Mr. McGraw, and your entire committee, we thank you for your efforts with this. You've done an excellent job, and thank you. And now you have your direction, and please keep moving forward. Thank you.
thank you very much.
All right. Wow. It's 9 o'clock, and we're about halfway through the agenda.
Halfway.
I was hopeful. Hey, I was being hopeful. Mr. Neese, report from the township manager, please, briefly.
I will try to be very brief. I just had a phone call last week at the end of the week with our zoning rewrite consultant, and they've informed me that they are not going to have the project to a point that we can meet on the 14th of January with the Planning Commission. So I'm hopefully that we'll be able to start with the meeting on the 28th. I'm waiting to hear from him. I was hoping to have a conversation with him today and I didn't have one. So I just want you to know the letter is waiting for those details. And as soon as I get that, we will get the letter out to the public. The goal is to give our solicitor a chance to go through the entire thing. He's informed me that it would take him probably about a week and a half to do so. And then once we get that, then we'll get it out to all the Planning Commission members and to the public for their review. And during that time, as soon as I know that's happening, the letter will go out and the exact dates will be put forth. We do have it set up to do it over 4 meetings, and we will continue to plan for it to be over 4 meetings. So I just wanted to give you that update.
So as not to continue to drag this on, Mr. Neese, you'll light a fire under them and.
I am trying my best. And so I've tried to get them to keep this moving. And in fairness to the consultant, there were some pretty major changes given at the last minute from a couple of our staff members, and he's trying to incorporate all of those changes.
Again, we spent a lot of time and effort working on this. A lot of folks have volunteered their time on this. I want to make sure that we get this out and aired and discussed too. So.
Yep. The only other thing I have is I got a phone call late last week from one of our other consultants who is working on the master plan for the trails. And if you'll recall, I believe it was back in September, we agreed to contract with them to do a grant writing for up to 3 grants. The first grant being $3,500 and then $2,500 for the following 2 grants was, I think I said 800, it's 8,000, 8,000 for a total of $8,000. They've submitted, or they're submitting a bill for the first grant of the $3,500, and then the second grant they submitted was also $3,500 because they said they did it as 2 different segments in the process. I told them I couldn't approve that. I'd have to bring it back to you. I personally don't understand them making a change without coming back before us to tell us that. So I'm putting it before you just because that's what I'm required to do. But unless you tell me to pay the $3,500, I'm going to assume that you don't want to do that.
I think that's a good assumption. I'm not sure any other board members will chime in, but no, they gave us a price. I don't know what's changed in the scope, so we shouldn't pay any more than what the price they gave us.
Okay. And I believe everything else that I have, Mr. Chairman, is further down on the agenda, and we'll discuss it down below.
Okay, moving on to payments, item 11. Other different things, I'll take them separately. Item 11.1 is consider approving pay request number 6 for Glass Cow Inc. in the amount of $86,004.80 for work associated with the 2020 road program. This will leave a remaining balance of $64,164.34. Would anybody like to offer a motion?
So move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion was made, Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Altieri to approve item 11.1 as read. Is there any further questions or discussions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 11.2 is consider approving change order number 2 from Glasgow Inc. totaling $44,337 for work associated with the sewer project as follows: striping on Westchester Pike and paving in Florida Park. Would anybody like to offer motion on 11.2?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Altieri, seconded by Supervisor Partridge to approve item 11.2 as read. Any further questions or discussions on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would just make note that this is actually a piece that will be reimbursed to us through the municipal authority.
Well, good note. I assumed, but I'm glad you brought that up. So any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 11.3, consider approving the $661.50 escrow release payment to Robert Hagstrom at 606 Glendale Road for completed work.
So move for approval.
There's a second.
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Russo to approve item 11.3 as read. Any further questions or discussions on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 12, I'm going to put them together in one motion. Before this evening's opportunity, before this evening's meeting, I had the opportunity to review the checks on Register A dated today, December 14th, 2020, in the amount of $263,235.88. And the checks on Register B dated also today in the amount of $183,692.25. And that is my motion that we approve both item 12.1 and 12.2. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion was seconded by Supervisor Partridge. Any further questions or discussions on the bills? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is developer release, item 13.1. Consider approving escrow reduction number 9, the final re-release for Muirwood Hill Phase 1 totaling $244,818.62 as recommended by the township engineer.
So move for approval.
Is there a second?
Based off of the,
I
It's
need a
already-
second first, then let's talk about it.
just for the discussion reasons, I'll second it.
Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Altieri. I guess it's a question for the engineer. We heard comments, a comment letter regarding this release. Maybe the engineer can shed some more light on.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with respect to Phase 1, those items have been done for quite a while. I believe that the comments that were provided from the HOA were relating more to Phase 2 release. Those, which would be item 13.2, those items for which we recommended holding $5,225.05 are the as-built that has not been provided yet for Phase 2, as well as some stabilization in areas that have undergone some recent transformation of grading that we wanted to ensure would be taken care of. The notice of termination from the Delaware County Conservation District was also mentioned in the comments, and that is something that they're required to do independent of the township.
Eileen, how many homes are in phase 2 roughly?
I know that there's a total of 137 in phases 1 and 2, but I don't have the breakdown
There's no
between
way
the
we're
two.
holding, there's no way we're only holding $5,200 for an as-built survey then. No way.
Yep. It's,
If that's what you're telling me, you're only holding $5,200 for an as-built survey for phase 2. That's unacceptable to me. It's just unacceptable. You can't even get it done for that. That's just my opinion. I'm one person, but that's my opinion. I do this every day, and I can't get an as-built survey for that size of a property for $100 or $5,200 roughly. And these are the same people that we had to have fix the berm at the bottom of the driveway when they buried all the treasure. The same place, right?
that's correct.
No way. No way. Go back to the drawing board with this one and come back next month. I'm serious. This is beyond
That's for
ridiculous.
13.2.
Yeah. Should we vote on
ridiculous.
one? Should we vote on the one that's on the
13.1.
table?
I mean,
13.1.
Yeah.
I mean, I really come to a problem with this, John. You also, and Tina, you also probably know this. We cannot do an as-built survey for half a subdivision for $5,200. It's impossible. Impossible. And the fact that they didn't provide it, and it's the same people we have to go after all the time. I do not want to have these people hanging anymore. This is ridiculous. This should have all went away after we told them to fix the thing in the front yard. But these people just continue.
Eileen, is the money all, well, we are talking about 13.2. The motion was made on 13.1. Do we want to clear the decks on 1 first?
I think we should.
And then move on to 2?
Yep.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I would make note that Mr. Edelman has his hand raised. I believe he's the attorney for the
Developer.
But if he
Well,
wants
then,
to,
you know
but
what?
if
Let's
does he
let
want to
Mr.
talk
Edelman
about
talk.
phase 1 or phase 2? We need to know
I
that.
don't know. I just see his hand raised. That's why.
Because if he wants to talk
about
about phase 2, we should vote on phase 1 and then move to phase
Why
2.
don't we let's hear from Mr.
Hot bench, hot bench.
Let Mr. Edelman speak, and he can tell us how he's going to fix all this.
He's gonna fix it.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, Greg.
Yep. Thank you. I want to put my hand down now. As you know, we have had some issues with the development over time, and Mr. Russo is correct. And they were working diligently to complete what was remaining. All that is left is as-built, and I think Eileen was just going off of what was approved in the escrow from many years ago. To the extent that the board believes that that's an insufficient amount, we can always agree to increase that amount to cover what you believe is a reasonable cost for the as-built. But if you look at the total amount of the security that's there right now, it's $364,482.31, the overwhelming majority of which has been completed, inspected, and stored to date. So I'd still ask the board, at least on 13.2, to consider authorizing release, but if the board believes that $5,225 is insignificant or not enough for an as-built, to increase that amount based upon what the board thinks is reasonable, so that the overwhelming majority of the release can proceed.
Oh, well, you know what's very funny here, Mr. Edelman? You're the only attorney that comes for these releases, and it only relates to this development. None of the other developers sent anybody to release escrows. So,
Mr. Russo, I wasn't even actually here for that tonight.
well, anyway, you're actually working
now
for free. That's good. That's good.
They didn't ask me to come, and I just figured I might as well try to hit it off at the pass while I'm here.
Here's the bottom line. The bottom line is, I have no problem if item 13.1 is done, it is fine. But we need to have a lot of money for 13.2. That gives them very much incentive to get it done. Okay. And that's, I think, basically what these residents want. They want the developer done and out of their way. And this is ridiculous. That development is friggin' minuscule to some of the other developments you're involved in. And it doesn't take nearly as much time to get these other developments completed as this one. So there's an incentive when you hold somebody's money to get the work done. That makes them, when they're not a good, viable person to get work done, gives them a big incentive to get work done, in my opinion.
All right, Mr. Russo, hold that thought for a second. Let's take the vote on 13.1. Motion was made and seconded to approve the escrow release for 13.1. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now, let's get a motion on 13.2 on the table, and then we'll go back to you, Mr. Russo. Item 13.2 is consider approving the escrow reduction number 3 for Muirwood Hill Phase 2 totaling $364,482.31, leaving a remaining balance of $5,225.05 as recommended by the township engineer. Is there a motion?
So move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Lightcap to approve item 13.2. Now, Mr. Russo, what do you think would be a number that we should have in there?
I think you put a 2 in front of it and gives this man a lot of incentive to get this work done. I think anything less, he'll never come back. That's my opinion.
Mr. Edelman, can we put you on the spot, and would you agree to $25,225.05?
To cover the as-built, yes.
Okay. So
That's only, we want the work done. Whatever.
Mike, I don't disagree with you.
I just want the work done.
I hear you.
You're good with that, Mr. Russo?
Yes.
So, Mr. Partridge,
So I'll revise that motion to, the total would be $344,482.31, leaving a remaining balance of $25,225.05.
is the second still good?
Yes.
Okay, again, motion was made and seconded. All those in favor of approving item 13.2 as just discussed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That was
Thank you.
easy, see? Thank you, Mr. Edelman.
Thank you.
All right. Item 14, this should go quick. Consider approving ordinance 2020-06, amendment to chapter 127 of the property maintenance code. Would somebody like to put the ordinance on the table, and then we can.
So move for approval.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion was made and seconded to amend our property maintenance code. I know it was advertised and discussed. Well, it was advertised at least. Everyone's had a chance to read it and review it. We did receive some comments. We did receive comments, written comments from Mr. Kennedy, I believe, who referenced the letter from Mr. Ridge at the Suburban Realtor Association, which all the supervisors also received a copy of. So I have a question then for Mr. Catania. Mr. Catania, some issues were brought up in that letter regarding the legality of the ordinance, and perhaps you can address that.
Yeah, the main item that they're referring to is the issuance of the what they say they call it the occupancy certificate. There's a Pennsylvania statute that they refer to in the 68 chapter that refers to if there's no violation, you issue it. If there's one violation that's not substantial, then you issue a temporary UNO. And then if there's a major one, then you also issue a temporary access certificate, and you allow them so that the property sales can go through, and they give the statute gives them a certain amount of time to complete the repairs before they get a final UNO. The ordinance that we have does not refer to that, but we're subject to it. So I can either, as I spoke to Mr. Neese has had no intention of not following what the statute dictates. So regardless of what our ordinance says, we still have to follow the statute. I can refer to that section in the statute. We would not have to re-advertise because it's a procedural, it's not a substantive issue, which we're subject to anyway. So it would just take a minor, I'm looking for where I would put it. I put it somewhere in the body where we would just refer to that section regarding the issuance of the compliance certificate, probably section B, it would be, or above that, where it talks about under 127.6 in probably the primary paragraph, or B, I can just refer to that section right into it. But we're subject to it anyway. It doesn't have to be in our ordinance. If it makes somebody feel better that it's in there, that's fine. It's not that much of a change.
So if it's not that much of a change, Joe, I'll revise my motion to include that if you'll put it in there.
Yeah, I can put it in there. And again, it has, as John said, it's been advertised. It's not a substantial change. It's more of just a procedure, and I can refer to it in there. And there is one typo I thought was fixed in section 120. It says 172-7. It should be 127-7. That's a typo.
So I'll revise it to include that change too, Joe.
Yeah. Other than that, Ed, I think we're good to go.
Okay, so those two changes made by the solicitor, I'll revise my motion.
Second, still good?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right.
I'd like to make a statement though. You know, these items on this list are all life safety issues. The smoke detectors, the carbon monoxide detectors, the backflow preventers, if they have them already and existing in their homes. And the problem we have is we have a lot of homes that are older in Newtown Square, and this was never enforced. When I moved in here 15 years ago, I called up and they said, well, we don't even come out and look at anything. And every town surrounding us does this. So it's not like we're asking for somebody to do something any more different than our neighbors are doing and have been doing for a long period of time. So it's really a life safety check. It's not intrusive. It's not something you need 12 months to fix a battery in a smoke detector or put a new smoke detector in. It's really a life safety issue.
I think that's well said, Mr. Russo. Any other board members have any comments on this? If not, all those in favor of approving ordinance 2020-06, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That wasn't so bad, see? All right, moving on to new business. New business, item 15.1. Consider approving the order of temporary speed tables in January. Mr. Neese.
So the board is approved has already approved the budget. What we want to do is we wanted like to go ahead and get the order started. We think it's going to take probably 4 to 8 weeks. We'd like to be prepared as spring gets here to be able to put the speed tables in. I know a couple board members had expressed to me personally the desire to get that taken care of, and so we wanted to do that.
So move for approval.
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Russo. Any further discussion from members of the board on this item?
You know where they're going, Steve?
Where they'll be installed?
Yeah.
Our intent would be to probably, I believe we have 2 places we want to tackle at about the same time, but our first start is probably going to be Sawmill, and then the second one is Ellis Avenue.
Got it.
Any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 15.2, consider authorizing the order for 2 police vehicles.
So move for approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Russo. Mr. Neese, as I understand it, these were in our budget that we've already approved, correct?
Yes, and the only reason we're asking now is it's about a 3.5 to 5 month lead time on them.
Wow.
And so we just want to get them started.
It's about the same lead time as me trying to get a new back door in my house. Oh, unbelievable. Any further questions or discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next on the agenda, item 15.3, consider approving the hiring of temporary seasonal help in a public works department on an as-needed basis. Mr. Neese.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we had hired 2 people in the past. One of them was a former employee, and I don't recall the other persons. I can't remember if they were involved in the fire department or something like that, that were helping us from time to time, particularly in snow removal. And so this would be for snow removal assistance. We'd like to have 4 to 5 people who have CDLs, who are able to drive for us, so that when we are in a situation where we have a storm that goes on for long periods of time, we can flip people out, or particularly in light of where we are this year, if we were to end up with somebody getting COVID, we would have backup for that purpose. So these people would have to they'd have to do all the background checks just like anybody else, but their only purpose and their only use would basically be to drive the trucks. We've used them mostly for snow removal, but we've also used them from time to time to support us in leaf collection.
Can you get them on board by Wednesday morning?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that we can get them all on board by then, but we'll sure try.
Would anybody like to offer a motion on item 15.3?
So move for approval.
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Roberts Lightcap, seconded by Supervisor Partridge to approve item 15.3. Any further questions or discussions on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 15.4, consider approving the agreement with Connect the Dots in the amount of $15,000 as reviewed by the township solicitor. The township will be receiving grant funds to help cover this cost. Mr. Neese, can you, I think we did something with this before and I'm at a loss to remember what it was.
So if you'll recall, I actually presented this once before under a manager's report, just saying we had an opportunity to get this consultant. If you'll recall, Linda McIsaac, who's been assisting us in the process with helping us at the circle, is, I believe she's already left now, is now living overseas, as they say, across the pond, and is over in England for the next several years. And the idea was to bring in a consultant to help us continue what she was helping us do. There is a grant that covers half of that. And so that's what that was. And we had budgeted accordingly in the budget to do this, but we never approved the agreement. And for them to be ready to get started in January, we need to approve that agreement. And so that's what's before you this evening.
And this is for St. Albans Circle, right?
It is, yes. I should have been more specific. It is for St. Albans Circle.
To kind of activate it for different events and things like that once COVID is over and we can see people again.
Yeah.
Would anybody like to offer a motion?
Heads. I'd like to make a motion to approve the agreement with Connect the Dots totaling $15,000 as reviewed by the township solicitor. The township will be receiving grant funds to help cover the cost.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think I heard Mr. Altieri first. So motion was made by Supervisor Roberts Lightcap, seconded by Supervisor Altieri to approve item 15.4 and the hiring of Connect the Dots in the amount of $15,000, subject to the solicitor's review. Any further questions or discussions on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 15.5, consider waiving $754.50 of the $954.50 building permit fee for Newtown Edgemont Little League. The league will pay the $200 associated with the third-party electrical inspection.
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
Second, motion was made by Supervisor Russo, seconded by Supervisor Partridge. Mr. Neese, I wonder if there's any way you can get the electrical inspector to waive his $200 too.
Can I ask?
That might be a good idea. Any further questions or discussions on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of waiving the building permit fee, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 15.6, consider approving the land development agreement with BPG for the Sector 1 Phase 2 development. I have to imagine we're going to hear from Mr. Edelman again, or Mr. Sakura, or Mr. Spader. They all got that. And Mr. Ford, look at that. Everybody's got their hands up. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to somebody on that side and let us know what's going on.
So, Mr. Chair, if you like, I'll let us start with our solicitor to just give us a quick background.
I
And
think that'd be
then
a great idea.
while I'm doing that, I'll bring the others on.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead, Rich.
Okay, do you hear me? Do you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, so you may recall that this is concerning really, I guess, the last phase of the BPG development. They came in for tentative plan approval and a ordinance modification. Last year it was approved. Earlier this year, they came in for final approval. So there's the apartment building of 200 apartments that's down to the north of this last phase. So if you're looking at the medical building at Charles Ellis Drive, go north up next to the other apartment buildings. There would be an apartment structure there. Immediately to the south of that, there would be some townhouses. And then to the south of that again would be the commercial district. So in the tentative plan approval, the intention was for the commercial to be developed first, and then or at least contemporaneously with the residential. Things have changed in the interim with respect to the developer, I guess the economics of the times. And they came in and said, hey, we want to start with the residential first. We said, look, you have to go to the board for that approval. So we decided the simplest way would be to deal with that with respect to the developer's agreement. And that's why we're here.
Okay.
John, if I could add a little more to it.
Well, that was my next
Great.
question. So whoever's talking,
Thank you.
go ahead, Greg.
I appreciate it. So if you do recall, when we got the final approval, we were proceeding with the commercial, and that was right before the onset of the COVID virus spreading throughout the region. And then, of course, at that point, with all the shutdowns, the commercial market completely closed down, whereas the residential market has actually picked up. So that's what precipitated the change. And that was an immediate change done by Equus BPG. I think sometime early in the spring, they had taken the steps to revise the plans, bring them in, as well as move forward with grading permits and mobilizing construction, which they're ready to do at this time. The first conversation I believe I had with Rich was maybe sometime in August, July or August, about the potential issue dealing with the order in which the construction of the last remaining phase was to occur. At that time, I had said to Rich, well, we have to do what eventually is approved on the plan in terms of construction. So whether it's out of sequence or not, the plan is the plan. If there are any changes to what is on the plan, we would have to come back in terms of mix or uses. We'd have to come back to the board and do them in accordance with the ordinance at the subject of the discretion of the Board of Supervisors. Subsequently, Rich said to me that he wanted to include that type of language in the development agreement, as well as a restrictive covenant on the commercial portion of the property, in order to ensure that it would continue to be commercial or a mix of commercial. And if there were any changes, those changes would of course have to come back through the board. Equus and BPG has no issue with having those belt and suspenders added to the development agreement, nor for a restrictive covenant recorded against that remaining commercial phase. I believe it's 2D, which is what's left. And my understanding is that language was agreed upon. I saw a draft of the wording. It's in the development agreement. It would then be separately recorded as well against phase 2. So in essence, what has been approved will be constructed unless it comes back to the board and goes through the process. But based upon where the market is and where the market is going to be foreseeable in the immediate future and long-term future, the residential market obviously has the legs right now. The commercial market does not. We don't know when that is coming back or how it's coming back, but it will come back at some point, and it is the intention of Equus to continue to build that as commercial. The mix may change. If you recall, when we did phase 1 with the Whole Foods, we came back 3 times to amend the mix in that center, in that portion of the center, and that was when commercial was doing better. So right now we have an approval for a mix. We intend to move forward with that mix, and if anything changes, we have to come back to this board. So that's really, I think, where we are at this moment. Steve and John are here as well. They can add some more color and some more background to what they're facing right now in terms of the commercial market and why it's needed to move forward with the residential portion right now in order to make sure this project continues to be a success. And I don't know, Steve, if you wanted to add to what I've been discussing.
No, I think that you did summarize it just fine, Greg. We essentially got through the approvals, and we're ready to proceed with the retail in February of this year, a month before COVID. At that time, we had letters of intent and leases in negotiation with Whole Foods, La Scala Italian, Taco Bamba. I'm sorry, I said Whole Foods. Ruth Chris, La Scala, Taco Bamba, a whole host of restaurants. We would be the owners and operators of the Marriott AC. We had a letter of intent lease negotiations going on with Finley for a second wedding venue, which was in a barn motif. I think you probably saw renderings of that. And then, of course, stating the obvious, in March when COVID shut that down, Finley's run a fraction of his wedding agenda over the course of the last year. Our Hilton Garden Inn, which was running at about 84% occupancy and $178 average daily rate, is now running at about 22% occupancy and barely over $100 ADR. The retail restaurants overall, I think statistics I read this weekend said 25 to 30% have already closed permanently. So, the key areas of the market that would be our next phase, which were really restaurants and the hotel in Finley, have been decimated. Our expectation is that those will come back. The likelihood is that, existing restaurants will be cheaper to reopen by new operators than brand new restaurants. So it's going to take some work. It's going to take some market recovery. And it's not likely to really be in a position to come back to where we were until, I wouldn't expect to be able to open restaurants until late 22 or 23. And, I can't even get one of these restaurants on the phone with me right now to talk about their future or when they're going to open. So the thoughts of, after almost 20 years of developing this site, to think that we're going to, quit now and leave it sit, barren, untouched for a few more years and wait to see what happens. That's what other people in the township do. That's not what we do. Our goal is to forge ahead, to be responsive to the market, which is what we're doing with the multifamily in the towns that were part of the original plan. I mean, our goal really was to deliver the retail first and get even more money for the apartments and the townhomes when the environment's fully baked. At this point, our option really is to advance the townhomes and the multifamily. And by the time we're through that, we think that the market will be strong enough then and the combination of the market and the additional people on site able to consume, we'll be in a much better position to really run the final chapter of this project successfully. I mean, we just finished AmeriHealth, and what was going to be 1,200 employees. There's probably about 30 on site. I mean, those people were all expected to be part of the consuming population in the immediate market. They were going to, rent conference space. They were going to occupy hotel rooms. They were going to eat lunch and dinner at the restaurants. They're not even in the buildings yet. And they're probably not going to be back until, most companies are projecting June at the earliest. Some are projecting September, after Labor Day now to repopulate their office space. So clearly there's a disconnect here that's market driven, and our effort here is to be responsive to where the market is, and to deliver a project that will be successful in the market based upon the market dynamics that we're presented with.
Steve, question for you. If this change were approved, the apartments and the townhomes obviously would I assume the construction would start soon, right? Would it start?
Yeah, I mean, our plan was to start the site work by now. I think we started doing a little bit of work in the basin, but yeah, we're starting the site work now.
Yeah.
And the plan is to start the apartments in April.
Okay. So if this happens, Steve, how would that change the timeline to the retail? And assuming things cleared up next year and, there was no issues, late in the year anyway, as far as retail or restaurants, which who knows if that would happen or not. But what would the timeline for the retail look like if the apartments and townhomes start before retail? Because it would be
We're going to
contingent,
do
right?
our plan right now is to do all of the site work, including the retail site work, meaning to put in the streets, the curbs, street trees, so that what you really are looking at is an environment that is to the point of where you need to build only the buildings. And where our original plan really was to build all the retail at once, we really did have all the restaurants pretty well lined up. In this later plan, it's not inconceivable that you could build, even the retail in, buildings based upon lease signings and immediate demand. The retail is probably a tougher question, Ed. And I say that because I'd like to think that COVID's resolved and nobody's eaten out in a year, and there's a really robust, V-shaped recovery that people mentioned on the news. I'd like to think that there's a robust recovery because of people have a pent-up desire to go out and eat dinner and have drinks and have fun. And, and in that case, that maybe late in this year, restaurants that have muscled through this are saying, okay, I can see the other side of this thing. I can see it's going to take, between signing a lease and building a store and opening the business, it's a 12 to 15 month process anyway. So yeah, I'm willing to have a conversation and start the process now meaning at the end of 2021, so that I can actually open in 2023. I'd like to think that's the case, but it's really hard to say because it's just hard to see how much damage has been done in that space as I sit here today. The conversation I had with John Ford today regarding the Marriott AC was that I think that by late this year, we will be getting ready to start that job, because that job's going to take 18 months to, build and open. And if we got really ramped up to start that at the end of this year meaning 2021, we're already into 2023, and most of the hotel projections are that, we will have regained our prior activity levels in 2024. So, if I deliver that Marriott AC 6 or 9 months before the market's fully recovered, but all the office space on the campus is reoccupied, I think the demand is there. So, I think that to answer your question is, I think when's restaurants coming back? Harder question. When does the hotel come back? I think sooner, more predictable. We were oversold a lot of weeknights based upon the business traveler. I think that that's a more predictable recovery, and the restaurants is just a little harder right now because we just can't see the damage that's been done yet. The next.
Let me ask this question. I understand everything you're saying, Stephen. I don't mean to cut you off, but just in the interest of time, why should essentially the township care, right? If I look at, a resident who is also having difficulties because of COVID and they're trying to make do and everything, the township was essentially sold the plan that this would be a community center. This would be a community forum, essentially, or not a community forum, but a community center where you would have the office, the shops, and the residential. Now, I completely understand that given the circumstances that we're in with COVID, the commercial is something that's hurting right now. And as you said, you can't get people on the phone. But you also said that most people are stopping and not, just waiting to see what happens. But your business model is to kind of move forward. this board or a prior board reduced what I would say was the original goal and the original plan that was sold to the community of having residential and commercial, and instead reduce that commercial to increase the residential. So now you're asking us, because of the market, to flip again and to have the residential be built first before the commercial, which again, as I said, was part of the plan that was kind of sold to a lot of the community members. So why should we approve this tonight?
Because you've already approved it.
But we didn't approve it to go with the residential first. That's what you're in here for tonight, correct?
You approved the plan. The plan is still the plan.
The plan is still the plan, but you guys, it was supposed to be the commercial and then the residential, correct?
The sequence that was thought, the planned sequence in February of this year, 4 weeks before COVID hit, was that the retail would go first.
Exactly.
And the PRD is written to specifically that to be flexible and to adjust based upon market conditions and in response to market needs and demands. So that's actually what's written in the PRD. So this is one of those things that in February was unforeseeable. So you're going to say that because in February it was unforeseeable, because a global pandemic, something that hasn't happened in 100 years, happened 4 weeks later, that, we should all just suck it up and, que sera, sera. Is that what you're thinking, Len?
No, I didn't say an opinion at all. I asked you why we should do it, why we should approve what you want tonight.
Well, I'm asking, is that what you're thinking?
The beauty in this position is I get to ask the questions and you get to answer them. So I'm not going to answer your question, and instead it's one for you to ponder.
Yeah, well, then I just think, now without the commercial, there's no reason for them to stay.
Whoa.
Too many people talking.
Talking at once here.
If
Joe, if you're
I'm
talking great, if not, hit your mute, please.
right. Leonard, if I may add a little something here, since I've been doing a ton of the residential market in the area, I can tell you the residential market's going to stay hot probably to about 2022, 2023. And then you're going to see the drop again. Okay, that's when interest rates are going to change. That's when the demand's going to change. That's when the market's going to restabilize. If we don't move forward with the market now on the residential end, and somehow we're supposed to do commercial, which we can't do. Okay, everybody in this meeting can agree you're not going to build a new commercial development right now or in the immediate future. We could be faced with the prospect of sitting there with a vacant piece of ground. So that's why this plan has been constructed. It's been changed ad nauseum since 2009 when it was originally approved. It was different before it was approved. It's a 20-year planning process, and we're now down at the end of the 20-year planning process. It started around 2000, and here we are in 2020, 2021, talking about further changing. What we're not talking about, though, however, is changing the mix, changing what's being built. We're just talking about the timing, okay, of what has already been approved. If we have to come back and change it again, that's what this process was designed to do. But we have to go back to the beginning, okay, of tentative plan, lay out the changes in the mixes, and then advocate why that's in the public interest based upon the market conditions. We're not asking to change any of those mixes today. All we're saying is, let us go forward with the residential first, because we all know that market's there. It's hot, it will move, it will sell, it will look right, it will look good. And then the rest of the site will be constructed at the same time. And then we'll move forward with the commercial when the market conditions stabilize. That's really the way I see it. And I've been doing this now for this project for about 10 years. I wasn't involved in the first 10. So even I've seen the changes. I just think that's the way this process was designed.
And this is John Ford. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you, John.
Okay. So Len, just to put some timing on all this, in order to get a pad site ready for the apartments, we have about, call it 4 to 5 months worth of site work. And once that's complete, and that completes the site work for the retail apartments and townhouses, We have another 2 years, 20 months of vertical construction on the apartments. So, you know, if you factor in some delays, you're talking about 2.5 years, okay, to get the apartments done, the site work done for everything. And I imagine, and Steve touched on this, at that time, we're going to be signing leases concurrently on the retail. So we're investing over $12 million into the site work. And we are proceeding with the retail, with the site work portion of it. So, you know, I think what we're talking about here is, you know, doing everything at one time here as far as site work goes. Apartments are going to take two years to build. They're probably going to take another 3 years to lease up. You're talking 5 years there. You look at the townhouse portion of the project. You look at Toll, the 76 townhouses, it took them 4 years to nearly 4 years to complete that portion of the project.
Toll's a bad example.
Yeah.
Whatever.
John, because of time, it's getting late. So we all know, we're all aware of the market, and everyone has been touched by this and hurt by this. Not even just in real estate, in every aspect of the world. So are you saying that you'll do the site work? So we're gonna look like a ghost town, or, you know,
no.
with these roads and sidewalks and no buildings for the retail?
No, it's not going to look like a ghost town. We're putting in, there's a lot
Do
of.
we have a plan? I mean, did you guys give us have you marked up a site plan to show us what the phase?
You know, we submitted back in May a full land development set.
Well, no. You submitted in May, but then you're asking for a change, and I'm asking, have you highlighted what you're doing first? You're doing the apartments.
Yes.
And you're going to do that.
Yeah, it's been approved. Yes.
No, you're asking for a change to the approval, are you not? Or am I missing something?
Yeah, Tina, we submitted the sequencing in May, and it was reviewed by the township. So the construction sequence changed in the phasing.
Since May?
Yeah.
In May, yes.
In May it changed.
It was submitted in May.
So, but we have not seen, Steve, do we have a copy of that? Were we given a copy of that?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look back to, I don't know if that came through to you. I know, who was it submitted to? Was it submitted to the codes department?
It was submitted. The entire land development set was reworked, submitted to the township. We had several review letters, which we've answered and satisfied. We have a signed grading permit. We had to rework our NIPD's plan to coincide with this new rephasing. We had to rework our sewer exemption, which was signed off by the township. We have been going through a very rigorous process. We've had an on-site meeting and pre-construction meeting with the Conservation District. We've posted escrow that's been cashed and has been fees have been applied to. So we've been working diligently with staff since May on this.
I'm not sure I understand then what are we approving if you've done all this? I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just, this is out of a normal.
Well, this is Rich Sikora. I think the problem is after the initial approvals are done, I'm out of the process. And so typically what happens is you approve a land development plan with conditions, and then those conditions are satisfied administratively for a series of months after that, which I'm not involved in at that point because, I'm involved. So I didn't know really about this until I talked to Greg conceptually. But I think Greg said, Mr. Edelman said in August, but whether it was August or September, when the land development plan, or when the land development agreements were circulated at the very end of October. That's when I said, well, you're going to need, if this is the direction that it's heading, you need board approval. So I guess if it's a disconnect between the normal township function of what you're hearing, it's because I'm the one who raised this issue to them more recently.
Right. So then, Tina, what we're trying to do is make sure that what is on that approval gets built. And that's where the restrictive covenant concept came up. That's where the additional provisions in a land development agreement for this phase 2 came up, so that the township can have additional control over the mix and making sure that mix of non-residential occurs on the property.
And just to clarify, because this isn't a change to the actual plan, this has to do with a phasing of the plan. I'm not advocating.
I know all about phasing. I know. I've been through the process myself.
I know. I was just trying to clarify my role and why.
I know. That's why I was just confused. So do you have your sewer? Do you have all your sewer capacities that you need for the entire, for the retail and all the residential?
Not for the retail yet.
Okay.
I think, so what essentially you're asking is for us to, this was a condition and you're asking a change in one of the conditions essentially, correct?
Essentially, that's correct. Just in the order of phasing.
And I think the question was asked, and I think it's a valid question. Let's say, for instance, the retail never comes back. What are we going to be left with on the site there?
You're going to have a graded site,
right?
Stabilized. Not what you see out there today is a large mound of dirt with 20,000 yards of dirt. What we're talking about is placing that dirt, running all the utilities for the entire town center, grading it off, stabilizing it, putting E&S in place. We're talking about installing the roads shown on the plans that we filed, and building the townhouses and the apartments.
But in the retail area, we're going to have roads with grass plots in between the sidewalks, I guess you're telling me.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's going to look like
A little
Central.
while left. No, I don't think it'd be Centralia, but I think it'll be nice.
Well,
nice roads and
nicer than Centralia.
Actually, John, that's exactly what we did at Valley Forge before JBG was involved in construction at the Valley Forge Town Center.
Mhm.
The roads were built out, the grass areas were stabilized, and then they were filled in with the commercial or residential or office as those units and or users came online.
Are we going to get the walkway? It's going to take us from SAP all the way over to the phase 1 there, like to the Whole Foods. We talked about this walkway connecting everything together.
So we talked about the streetscape project that is currently finished today, that takes you from SAP.
Right.
Runs on the south side of Amerihaven.
Right.
Runs across and takes you right to the fire department.
Right, but then that road is going to cross and kind of cross here.
Yes, and the curb cuts will be there. It takes you right into the town center.
Are you going to pave that so we get the walkway that was supposed to be there? So we need, even though we don't have any retail sitting in this little section here, we're still going to be able to walk from SAP all the way over to Whole Foods and back.
Well, it's not going to take, well.
That was the plan, I guess, with the retail. We'd have this walkway that would go from SAP all the way over to the Whole Foods you built. That was going to cross Winding Way, you know, all this. I'm just wondering, is that part of what you're going to be doing?
The walkway was taking you from SAP, offering a secure pedestrian walkway from SAP, taking you across the front lawn area,
right,
to the phase 2 of the town center.
Right.
And then there will be a curb cut at Winding Way and a pedestrian crossing that will take you over to phase one. Correct.
But we're not building the walkway that takes you from Charles L's Drive to Winding Way.
Yeah, we're building the roads. Well,
We are building that.
You said you want the roads. But you said you didn't want the roads. Now you do want the roads, but our plan was to build the roads.
No, a walkway.
It was a walkway. It wasn't a road.
Well, it's a road with a sidewalk.
Sidewalk.
Okay.
This is why I asked if we had a plan of what this looks like and what you're going to do and what you're not going to do.
Right. And there's a
We're
plan.
not talking in abstract.
Right. Yeah, our plan was to build the road and the improvements along the road. Yes.
Okay, the additional improvements to Westchester Pike, what are they tied to? The retail, the housing, what?
They're tied to the retail.
So we're never going to get them, or at least not for the next 5 years.
No, John, we're moving forward with the HOP process right now.
Okay.
In fact, we're at the last phase of the HOP process on phases 4 and 5.
Okay.
But they are tied to the commercial. Correct.
Right. So if I guess by having the phasing that we had, where commercial went first and then retail came in, we would be getting those improvements as the retail was coming in, or I'm sorry, as the housing was coming in, because the retail was already in. Now you're telling me you want to put the housing in, but we're not going to see those improvements until the retail actually comes in.
What was always tied to the commercial, John, based upon the impact of the trips, the daily trips coming out of it.
I'm sure PennDOT will make an exception so that you can put the improvements in now without the commercial.
There's no way to fund the improvements for the highway based upon just the residential.
Well,
that's why it was always tied to the commercial. The commercial was the driver and the impact.
I understand that, but we were given that the project was going to have these improvements.
And
yeah,
it will.
Look at it from our angle, right? Sorry, Greg, don't mean to cut you off, but again, it's just another thing from our angle where we would be increasing the population and having more and more residential come in, and these improvements that were sold to the township, we never know when they're going to materialize.
Right, but Leonard, those improvements for the roadway were based upon 200 or 300,000 extra square feet of where the
right.
Cut out.
You're cutting it out, man.
You muted yourself now, Greg.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, no, my earbuds lost their charge. We've been on for a little while, so I apologize.
That's a hint that this meeting's going a little long, huh?
I think it was the pond. My apologies. The main reason for those improvements was because of all the traffic generated by the commercial. So,
but you're adding more residential. You've got more residential than what you had anticipated, and when you got those improvements, and now you're asking to do residential. You're going to increase trips with residential. It puts impact on our existing residents, and we don't get a benefit from it.
But Tina, you did, because we reduced from 450 or 500,000 square feet of commercial all the way down. And we didn't change the scope of the traffic improvements that needed to be constructed. And that's what we went through when we amended the tentative plan.
But how many residences are you going to add, and there's not going to be any more traffic improvements done?
There'll be the phase 3 is going to be completed, right, John? It's phase 4 that's left.
Phase 3 is going to be completed in the spring. Most of it's been completed to date. Phase 4 and 5 is going through the HOP process now and has been for the past year. We have many utility relocations to do as part of that, and that should be approved, I would say, sometime in the first quarter by PennDOT.
Look, this isn't about what has or hasn't been sold.
Well, no, they're all
town.
connected, aren't they?
Correct.
All connected. It's all connected.
But I don't understand, Tina, what we haven't done that we said we were going to do.
I'm not saying you haven't done anything you weren't going to do.
I think
asking about the commercial and the PennDOT improvements.
And the PennDOT improvements since 2006, 7, 8 have.
I know you've been doing them. I understand, but you're asking for a change, and we're asking what, this is going to clearly impact our residents by adding, how many more residents that you've got approval for with the townhouses and the apartments?
276.
263.
263 more residents. And there's
Correct.
not any
Residential units.
We
right.
have already.
Residential
approved it.
units that could have 2 people, 3 people.
And we've eliminated 250,000 feet of retail. The traffic impact is substantially less than the original scope of traffic work.
And that's what we analyzed when we did the amendment, which is why we didn't say reduce the overall scope of the HOP work, which is what
And
we
instead of
could have
saying,
asked.
instead of saying we are not obligated to do phase 4 and 5, or we're not obligated to do 5 because we've reduced the traffic impact in such a way, we just took it.
Okay, but I got it. You're going to get approval for 4 and 5, but you're not going to build it unless we get the retail in, right?
And yeah, that's correct. And the idea is obviously keep this project going, show that it's viable, show that these phases are there, play the market forces as best as we can so that it is fulfilled, not stop just because you had your eye and you're set on, I had to do commercial first because this is the way it was going to be. If we did that, I don't know if we'd gotten off the ground anywhere. I mean, we've changed so many things on this plan over times based upon market forces, but every time
I've been involved with it as long as you have, Greg.
That's right, John. And every time we've come back to this board to make sure it works.
I get that, but if we wanted nothing but offices and retail from day one, we could have saved ourselves all a lot of the whole problem and just built that. It's always been the retail that's driven it. I guess I'm wrestling with this concept that we've always adopted and always thought that each segment of this was driving the other segment, that the presence of the big office was going to drive the need for the retail, which is going to drive the need for the for the residential, and vice versa. And now we're taking it through no fault of our own, through the fault of
that's correct.
We're taking the retail out of it. Well, does that jeopardize the whole development? I guess the whole concept of the development. The residents just don't want to see more retail towers built, and they certainly don't want to have you come back in 5 years ago. We can't sell this retail. The retail market's dead. So we want yet more residential. I don't know how that's not going to work. I mean, I think at some point everybody's going to say, "Nah, forget it. We get another lawn, and we'll be done with it." I mean,
well, John, we can't do that without an ordinance change, and that's up to you guys. Because it has to have a non-residential mix to it.
Well, and that's for sure. I just,
So that's why this isn't a bait and switch. This isn't, we're not going to finish it. This isn't, we're not going to get to it. This is, we all got stuck behind the 8 ball and we're trying to get out of it. And by getting out of it, we use what we have at our disposal and we keep it going. That's what this is.
Right. You can't argue that continued construction is a bad thing. I mean, certainly in the pandemic, we were the envy of everybody else that we've actually got something going on.
Right.
So, I mean, we can't really argue with that. And we do have some improvements on Westchester Pike going on, but we can talk about those later. So again, all they're asking for is essentially a change of the conditions to reverse the order in which the things are built.
That's
if
correct.
the retail never comes back, then the retail never gets built, and that's the end of that, unless you guys come back to us and say, okay, we need you to change the entire ordinance to put in something else there. And I guess
And you guys can say no.
I won't be around, so it won't matter.
Well,
But yeah, you're
Leonard
right.
can. He's young.
But I do get concerned that we'll never see the remainder of the improvements to Westchester Pike. And I know they're driven by the retail component and the traffic, but that still is something that has been driving this whole thing.
Yeah.
And, we're not going to build them for the heck of it, but geez, you really like you to build them just for the heck of it. It's always good to know that, you're willing to get them approved, but it's always disheartening to know that you're building them with somebody else's money too, to some extent. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know where the board goes with this because it's not really a big deal. I mean, quite frankly, it doesn't really change anything as far as I'm concerned. I mean, you're certainly working over there. I can see it every day. I know you're doing land development over there. I know you're doing drilling over there. I can see it going on. So I don't know what it changes in our mind, other than the fact that we won't be seeing retail anytime soon. Aside from that, we've already approved the units. You're not asking for any more or any less. You're not asking for any marginal change or any change of what we've already approved. You're just asking for the ability to do it first before you do the retail. That's all. Did I get that right?
That's correct. And the alternative would be doing nothing.
Do I get that? Did I get that right, Rich?
Yes, that is the case.
Okay. Other board members have comments. Is anybody still awake? Are we under a time? Well, obviously, you guys don't want to keep just, we're clearly under some type of time limitation, I guess. Not that it's a legal time limitation, but we're certainly, you want to do action on this. I don't know. What's the board's pleasure?
I'm still not clear on what is being built and what we get and what this thing looks like. So, but I'm one of 5 people, and the PennDOT argument, I'm sorry, I'm in the same situation with PennDOT. The improvements I've been involved with don't pencil, but you have to do it because you need it for the development. So I can't, I'm sorry, I can't I can empathize, but I can't sympathize, because if the PennDOT improvements help our residents, because you're adding 200 and something new residents, that's just I'm only one person. So I'm going to be quiet because it's after 10 o'clock. So.
So without the retail, you cannot make the improvements.
You're specifically talking about the roadway improvements on Westchester Pike.
That's correct. That's correct. I'm sorry, Rich. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's a matter they can't do, and it's just a matter of they're not frankly justified. Yeah, but to Tina's point, if they wanted to do them, no one would stop them from doing it.
No, I mean, I'm hearing that they can't be done because there wouldn't be funding for them. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I heard. Maybe I heard it wrong.
I mean, there wouldn't be available state funding for them, but they could fund them out of their own pocket too, I guess. So, again, it's.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as not wanting to fund it. We are funding, as part of the apartments, we are funding an additional $8 million worth of site work in order to get the retail utilities, grading, fill placement, stormwater basins, all of that put in. Now, what you're talking about is adding another $4.5 million of offsite improvements on top of the $12 million worth of site improvements that we have.
In effect, so it doesn't make it financially attractive for you. I get it. You might.
It doesn't make it feasible.
I get it.
And nobody's saying we're not going to do the improvements. Matter of fact, we've just spent $400,000 engineering those improvements and submitting them and going through a rigorous process. If we had no intention of doing that, and we didn't have to further that during the last 6-7 months, we didn't have to do that. But we wanted to be in a position, like doing the site work, that when the market comes back, we can act quickly for those retail tenants in order to, we have the utilities in, we have the roads in, we have the grading done, we can go vertical right away, not to lose time. And who knows what happens? We have two years to build, we have 2.5 years of site work and vertical construction for the residential. That's a long time, okay? A lot can happen in that time with the retail market that we can act during that period. And I think Steve was saying that. It's not that we're not doing the retail. We just don't know the timing of when those restaurants are going to come back.
Okay, so John, let me ask you this question. So, I mean, I think Steve put out a theoretical timeline that things come back next year. During 2022, the retail development progresses with the possibility of the restaurants opening in 2020, the restaurants and the retail stores opening in 2023. That's one one possibility. If that were what was to happen, what would that do to the timeline to the improvements of Westchester Pike? When would that go in if the construction of the retail started at the end of next year, at the end of 2021 or into 2022, where maybe the shops were opening by, let's say, mid 2023? Where would the Westchester Pike improvements fall if you considered that the timeline?
So the phases 4 and 5 of the improvements are really, it's a mill and overlay job. It's some stormwater work. It's basically from, say, the Acme where the entrance to the Acme is, from that point down to Bryn Mawr Avenue. It's just a widening project to the east that way, and to the west, it's just west of Mainline Health all the way to Boot Road. It's fairly simple work, Ed, that probably takes, given PennDOT, start to finish. There's no traffic signalization involved. I'm saying it's a 6 to 9 month project.
And it's tied to the COs of the retail, so we can't get COs on the retail until it's done.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that timeline, it would have to be done, somewhere in the, if retail were to open in mid 2023, it would have to be completed sometime in the first half of 2023.
Right, and we're not stopping the planning and approval process, because our hope is that in 2021 we actually have viable conversations with the retailers about opening stores again. But we just don't know that today.
So we were talking about your greenway thing there. I'm talking about the greenway where we're having the seating and the outdoor area you had between the buildings. So you're not going to have any of that in place. That's all going to be part of the commercial development when that goes forward at some future time. And in the meantime, you're going to grass it. There's no way to put anything in that area that is similar to what you showed us the renderings of. I mean, it's something I'm doing the hotel. You might not be doing the hotel when you should put the shovel in the ground for the apartments, but where are these people going to go?
Well, those areas are going to be needed for staging of construction, lay down areas, crane settings. I mean, you couldn't possibly do those improvements and, offer them to the public to safely occupy, in the interim. It wouldn't be, really would be highly impractical and potentially unsafe.
Okay.
Guys, we've been at this a long time. We have worked tirelessly to deliver a great product. I don't think anybody in the township has ever done as nice a job developing property as we have. I think if everybody was really honest with themselves, I think they would say that we did better than they expected. When there's a problem, we solve it. The firehouse was a problem, we solved it for you. The quality of development we've done has been outstanding. We haven't had any of these issues like you just heard on Muirwood. Sorry, Greg.
Sorry. I'm taken.
For throwing an elbow.
Yeah, I don't have to call up and yell at you. That's true.
Yeah, there's no doubt, Steve. You guys do a great job. And yeah.
Our headquarters, we moved our company into the township as a commit, as a further commitment. We're not carpet bagging. I remember when we first started this job, people said, we build 2 buildings and we get out of Dodge. We've been at this a long time. We are residents of your community. I spend more hours in that town than probably most of you guys. And, there's the inferences that we're baiting and switching, or that we're not doing what we're supposed to, or that we're going to leave somebody, that we're going to get this far and then we're going to leave, 8 acres on the front of Westchester Pike's frontage, sitting among 3 million square feet of office space, that we're going to leave 8 acres of retail zoned ground undeveloped is preposterous. And it simply is not possible today. And for every effort that we've made to advance these projects, through and without reciting all the different things that we've gone through, everybody knows them. We continued to muscle down. We've spent an inordinate amount of money on all kinds of fronts and all kinds of fights. And when it came down to delivering quality at the end of the day, we never once held back. And, right now, a global pandemic, something that happened 100 years ago, hasn't happened since, happened 3 weeks after our approval. The conversation wouldn't have gone this way in February had we known a pandemic was coming. It wouldn't have been, the sequence we would have presented then would have been what we're asking for today. It's not possible to launch a successful retail project today. If I wanted to do retail today, you're going to get, you're going to get chain restaurants, you're going to get dollar store, you're going to get, these are the people that are still putting out stores today. That's not what you want. It's not what we want. So our goal is to hold off the retail ground until we can once again deliver quality like Ruth Chris, La Scala, Taco Bamba, a selection of restaurants that people can really go to and enjoy. So I don't think we're asking a lot here. I really don't. I think that, the multifamily job is going to take 2.5 to 3 years to deliver. And it's more than likely in the intervening period, this retail is going to come online. And who knows, the CO order might actually be the same as was originally discussed. If I could guarantee that to you today, I would. If I could guarantee it to you today, I'd be thrilled to think that, the market's going to recover as quickly, but I can't guarantee it. And, that's another thing about us. We have never promised you something we haven't delivered. We've given you honest advice, honest conversations, and we've worked through it. And I think in every single instance delivered better quality than anybody expected. The overall campus design, the public improvements, the private improvements, the quality of the headquarters at AmeriHealth, at Equus, the firehouse, the apartments, the housing. Just overall. So this isn't a lot. This isn't a big ask after 20 years of working with you guys.
So again, what's the board's pleasure?
John, I'm going to offer a motion.
Go ahead.
Make a motion to approve the land development agreement with BPG for Sector 1, Phase 2 development.
Is there a second?
Seconded for point of conversation.
Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Russo to approve the changes to the BPG, the land development agreement for the BPG Sector 1 Phase 2 development. Okay, motion is made and seconded. Further discussion, folks.
Yeah, I want to understand. So you're looking for permission to build departments and the townhomes?
Yes.
And is BPG building the townhomes? Or you're going to sub that out to somebody again? John, can you
We're
answer
not
that?
home builders. Yeah, we're not home builders. We're gonna select a home builder that
Do the site improvements though, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Well, that's not what you see.
yeah, but that's the problem. We're not happy with any of the people you select. So we have the guy at the corner who we just have a huge disdain for. The other guy, I don't know how he is or how bad he is. So you're going to build the apartments and they're going to be building the homes after you build the apartments. What's the schedule?
Same time.
Yeah. That's not how we just did the last development. I guess
John,
your laydown area is not needed for the apartment building because your only laydown area is where all the townhomes are.
Mike, there is the laydown. So we anticipate a 2-phase takedown of the townhouses, in which the area in front of the apartments will be used as a laydown area where the future townhouses will go. The first phase of the townhouse takedown will occur south of where the apartments are. So we have that area around the apartments. Again, it's a 2-year build on the apartments after site work, after we get footings and foundations done.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's fairly well thought out, I guess.
Yeah, no, the issue is you built the apartments last time, then you had the other guys backfill behind you when you were done with the apartments. Then we also talked about the catering, barn, hall, whatever you want to call it, the hotel.
Sure.
And if the hotel may or may not come in the end of next year. So that's a year in, that's a year later, say. So you're still going to have just the apartments and the townhomes. There's not going to be anything else over there. Yet the townhomes and the catering hall and the hotel are all next to each other. Whereas the retail's a little bit further away. It's on the other side of the hotel. Right? From what I recall.
Yeah, that's right.
Any other board members have comments?
Yeah, John Ford. I had asked this question before. John, what is the sequence of the Westchester Pike improvements? I believe there were, I think it was being done in 3 phases.
So the overall improvements, there was 5 phases. Okay. Phases 1 and 2 got complete with the first phase of the town center.
Right.
The third phase will be complete in the spring, and that coincided with the AmeriHealth development. Phase 4 and 5, the last 2 phases, which are the 3 lanes in each direction, east and west, east to Bryn Mawr Avenue, west to Boot Road. They will be done with the commercial.
Okay, right, okay, yeah. And now I remember. Yeah.
Anybody else have any comments?
Is there, okay, so I guess the 4 and 5, I assume that would all be done at one time. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to break that up.
Yeah, it would be one contract done at the same time.
Yeah, I'm thinking, is there a way to improve flow through the center of town without,
Well, Ed, we are going to get 3 lanes from essentially Ellis, if you will, through
Ellis. Yep.
I guess it's Winding Way, whatever comes, St. Albans Circle there. So that will be 3 lanes. That's what they're working on right now.
Right. Yeah.
And the scope of the off-site improvements has changed drastically through phases 1, 2, and 3. Not alone the road improvements, pedestrian crossings, additional pedestrian crossings. I don't think we've ever said no or we had to phase it differently. The township requests for additional items included in those improvements. And phases 4 and 5 include adding sidewalks to the south side of Westchester Pike that don't exist today.
Right.
I mean, there isn't.
Okay.
Hey, we're all having problems with COVID. We have people that we need to answer to too. So we get it. I mean, Lenny,
I don't-
anything else to add?
I have nothing else to add now.
Well, if no one's got anything else to add, the motion was made and seconded. So I will go out on a limb. The motion was to approve. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Mr. Neese? Can we do a roll call?
I can.
Okay, please.
Wait a second. Let me just make sure I have the right number here so I can go back to it.
15-6.
Yep, let me just make sure I had it right. Ms. Roberts Lightcat,
No.
Mr. Russo,
Yes.
Mr. Altieri,
No.
Mr. Nawn,
Yes.
Mr. Partridge,
Yes.
3-2.
Motion carries 3-2. So gentlemen, you have your land development agreement approval.
Thank
Thanks
you very
very
much.
much.
Very much. Thank you for your time this evening.
I will finish a job as well as it's gone so far.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Take care, guys. All right, we're going to move on here. Certainly love to exchange pleasantries, but we're going to run into a sunshine violation sooner or later here. So item 15.7 is consider approving the following payments to the township engineer. These payments will come from the developer's agreement for phase 1, sector 2 as approved. August 20th, 2020 in the amount of $1,539.50. August 8th, 2020 in the amount of $4,324.50. And November 5th, 2020 in the amount of $2,305. Mr. Neese, can you give us some explanation real quick?
Yeah, so my understanding, what's going on here is that the developer has some dollars that are outstanding that need to be paid to our engineer that are related, is my understanding, to phase 1. We did not take the developer's phase 1 payment yet based on your actions tonight, because we were told that if we took the payment for the escrow, it may indicate that we had accepted it. And so, or we had approved this, that the staff's action would approve the action. And we felt that that was a township action. So our solicitor, Rich, gave us the thing that we should hold on to the check. We've held on to the check, but there's been work done on behalf that needs to be paid to our engineer. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and issue the checks to the engineer between now and the end of the year. You don't meet again between now and the end of the year. We didn't cut the checks. So we would be cutting these checks off cycle and paying these, and that's what you're acting on.
So let me ask you a question. They just said they put their escrow money up already. So they had escrow money up, but we didn't want to charge the escrow money?
We actually didn't cash the escrow. We didn't deposit the escrow check is what I was told.
Okay. All right.
For what's getting ready to happen. We had the first part, but not this part.
It's like, so move this.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is made by Supervisor Russo, seconded by Supervisor Roberts Lightcap to approve item 15.7. Any further questions or discussions on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, item 15.8, consider approving a land development waiver request for installation of a 496 square foot cement pad for a pavilion project at Spruce Street Baptist Church as approved by the code director. Mr. Neese, if it's under 500 square feet, do we even need to do a waiver or?
We just did that last time, didn't we?
Yeah, it's not just a stormwater waiver, it's a land development waiver because it's a non-residential property. Any new building, and the pavilion, according to the code officer, is a structure requiring a land development approval. So it would be a land development waiver they're seeking.
For a 500 square foot 10 by 50 pad and a
It's a picnic area.
Right.
You
Correct.
put the picnic table underneath a covered area.
Anybody want to offer a motion?
So move for approval.
Move. Second.
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Russo to approve the land development waiver for the Spruce Street Baptist Church. Any further questions or discussions on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 15.9, consider approving the transfer of $1,850 $1,850,247 from the general fund to the capital fund. This amount represents the excess of revenue over expenditures for the 2019 fiscal year.
I'll make this motion for approval. I went over all this stuff with Steve, so move for approval.
Second. Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Russo to approve the transfer as read. Any further questions or discussions on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 1510, consider approving the unassigned and uncommitted fund balance as stated in the attached memo from the Finance Director.
Again, I'll make a motion, since I reviewed this with Steve. So moved for approval.
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Russo to approve item 15.10. Any further questions or discussions on the motion? Seeing
Mr.
none, all
Chairman,
those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 1511, consider approving the assigned and committed fund balance as stated in the attached memo from the Finance Director.
So move for approval.
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Russo to approve item 1511. Any further questions on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 1512, consider approving the amended waiver of conflict letter, adding verbiage which states of any potential conflict or confidential information relating to the authority be immediately disclosed to the authority, as well as the same situation from the authority to the Board of Supervisors. Seems fairly self-explanatory. I don't know, Mr. Neese or solicitor want to add anything to that?
I just make note that basically what this does is it does say that I have to disclose, or that your board has to disclose to their board if there's a conflict. I do think there probably needs to be some understanding of what that disclosure looks like, but yes.
And
Yeah,
this is just
John, Sheridan brought it up from the municipal authority. They were okay with the waiver. They just wanted to see something in there indicating that there's notification of a conflict. That's all it is.
Okay. So this is, we've already approved this. This is just changing some verbiage.
Yes.
Yep.
Would anybody like to offer a motion?
So move for approval.
Is there a
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Roberts Lycast, seconded by Supervisor Altieri to approve the amended language under item 1512. Any further questions or discussions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Last item under item 15, 1513, discussion of the private road street dedication policy.
Can I ask something, John? Since this isn't for action, it's a discussion. Is it possible to move this to January so we can think with a little more energy around this topic?
We could all use some coffee regarding since I'm since I've been the one pushing for this, I have no problem doing that, but I would respectfully request that we do it at the reorg meeting. I understand that this board usually doesn't conduct other business at the reorg meeting, but I think that this won't be that long of a conversation. Since we're not meeting the second time in December, it might as well just get the ball rolling on it.
Well,
It's Jan 24, all right?
No, the reorg meeting.
He wants to do January 5th, but if it's not that long of a discussion, at least
talk about it now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why
Let's
don't we
get
just
over
put
with
it on
that.
the table? Let's get it out.
Be like a 10-minute conversation at
All right.
most.
Without coffee, go ahead.
Theory?
No, Mr. Neese, I believe, has questions that he needs guidance from the board. Is
So-
that your understanding?
Yeah, so I want to ask a few things. So we put this together. I hope you've had a chance to look at it and kind of seen, we tried to model it similarly to the traffic calming, but we got into a couple areas, and I just want to make sure that we understand which way the board would like to go. So first of all, the part of the challenge with this is there's also a section in the second class township code. I believe it's 2314 and 2315. Sections that relate to this, and they talk about how the procedures that we have to take, and we tried to make sure those were part of it. One of the things that came up, though, was one of the things I've heard the board say is that the residents would need to have the road upgraded before the board considered taking dedication. And so the assumption that I've always made was that meant the residents were paying for all of that up front. Second class township code actually allows for, if there is a 50% or a majority of the foot frontage, people vote in or vote in favor of doing the project, that you could have it done in such a way that the township would do the project, and it would be a special assessment on the houses that agreed, on all the houses on the road, if at least a majority of the houses agreed to it. I think I said that right. And so the question that I have is that acceptable to the board so that we can write that into the policy? If it's not acceptable, I want to make sure I understand that the expectation is that the road would be brought up to township standards ahead of time. And I have a question about township standards as well. So do you want to take them one at a time, or do you want to maybe kind of throw the variety out there, and then you can kind of talk about all of them?
So the township would pay for the improvements up front, right?
Well, that's an option.
Right, but that option, and then the residents would be assessed.
Correct.
So when would
the reason why that would be the best way, Ed, is that it forces, you could have a situation where there could be 10 houses on a street, and let's say 7 of them say we're going to move forward, we're going to do this, whatever. The other 3 still get the benefit of a paved road, but don't pay anything into it. So by going this avenue, it's sort of a catch-all to make sure that everybody pays what that value is to increase the road. So it's sort of like an equitable distribution sort of argument. Yes, the township has to put that money up, but the good thing is twofold. One, everyone's paying the same, everybody's paying under this format. And 2, everybody pays the same.
When could the town? How long would it take for the township to get whole on this? I mean,
it's assessment, Ed.
I know.
Assessment. It could be that a year. I mean,
Right.
Goes in as a tax assessment. If they don't pay the assessment, then we'd have to do some ugly things and move against their house and things like that. But I don't think it's a question of we're going to be out tons of money for a long period of time. I think this is probably the best way to do it. As Lenny said, Leonard said, this is the fairest and most equitable way. But I'd also, if there's a way, we just may want to have in there a provision that if a group of residents do improve a road and want to township standards and want to take it over, that we have that ability, only from the simple fact that I would bet that a group of residents could probably build a road to township standards cheaper than we could build a road to township standards, because we have to use prevailing wages and things like that, where they don't have to necessarily do that. So we're talking big dollars here. I mean, you're talking a road assessment could be $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 a person. So, if they can do that for 30 instead of 40, well, maybe that might be worthwhile. But I think, as Supervisor Altieri said, that's the best way to do it. The most equitable way is to have us do it and then, have it assess those residents. And again, this is not something we're going to do on our own. This is something that the residents need to come to us and say they want done, because obviously they're going to, take on a large expense. I mean, frankly, I would prefer that we never take any more roads on. But if we want to, or the residents want to have that ability to dedicate to have us accept roads, then this is the policy that we have in place. Say, okay, we'll accept your road. You need to build it to our standards, and then we're certainly willing to have it. Mr. Nisha had a question about township standards?
So we have a set of standards, and Eileen can speak to this if I say it wrong. We have a set of standards that we want a road to be built to in the township. And my understanding is PennDOT standards are actually a little less stringent in some areas than our standards. And so if we want, the question comes, if we, what is the level of standard that is the expectation that we want to put into place for a road to be built to? And I believe the issue comes to deal with like the size of the cul-de-sac. Is that correct, Eileen?
Actually, that's where both PennDOT and township standards agree.
Oh, okay.
Where they don't agree is in street width. In order to be accepted for liquid fuels, a street has to be a minimum of 16 feet wide cartway and 33 feet wide right-of-way. The township standards, per the subdivision and land development ordinance, call for a 27-foot wide roadway and a 50-foot right-of-way. Both dead-end streets, the other place they're similar is a length of 250 feet minimum. If there is a dead end, no way to get out a cul-de-sac, the paved diameter of that cul-de-sac would need to be 80 feet with a 100-foot right-of-way for both township and PennDOT standards.
What happens if you have a dead end road in this town and there's no room to put in a 100-foot or an 80-foot cul-de-sac? What do you do then?
Then you don't get liquid fuels money for that street if you accept it for dedication.
And that's good. That's where the question comes, is that is the board saying they're willing to take something that doesn't meet that standard? And if they are, I need some guidance of how we're going to do that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I would never, even if a resident's paying for it, I would never accept a road that doesn't at least meet the minimum standards for liquid fuels funding. That's longer than 250 feet, that has the cul-de-sac turnaround. Because if we accept the road that can't get liquid fuels funding, then we're essentially saying that we're going to pay for the maintenance of that road forever and won't be able to apply our PennDOT funds to help maintain that road. On the other hand, I would never want a road that meets just the PennDOT standards. So if we're going to allow for two-way traffic and parking on both sides, 16-foot road doesn't cut it. 16-foot road only allows two-way traffic with no parking. So are we going to tell people they have to sign their road with no parking on it? No, anything that we're accepting should be built to quote our township standards. 27 feet wide gives us two travel lanes, one in each direction, and theoretically, although it's tight, parking on both sides. And the 50-foot right-of-way is necessary because when you think about it, that only gives us 7 feet on either side, 4 feet for a sidewalk and 3 feet for a park strip for utility poles, things like that. So I would never want to lock us into the minimum standards. And if we go with the township standards, that doesn't kick us out of liquid fuels, but something less than 250 or doesn't have the cul-de-sac on the end most certainly does. So I don't think we should ever accept anything that can't at least get liquid fuels funding. Now, that's just my opinion, but.
Well, I have a feeling some of these roads are going to fall into that situation.
We do have some streets in the older sections, like the Heights and the Avenues and Florida Park, that only have 40-foot right-of-ways.
Well, okay. I mean, I understand that, but that doesn't mean that.
I don't think that's the thing. We're not going to solve that tonight anyway.
Right. I think we're just throwing
the discussion. We solve if someone brings up a street they want to have dedicated.
Aren't most of these roadways, though, that like these dedication requests are, okay, I see what you're saying. They have a 40-foot right-of-way now. And, well, I mean, they could still build a 27-foot wide road in the 40-foot right-of-way. So maybe the right-of-way width itself is not the issue as long as we get the 25-foot paved cartway.
Yeah. And you're not going to know that until somebody brings their road up to be dedicated.
In fact, 27, I could still do a sidewalk on either side, right up adjacent to the curb if I wanted to, and not, maybe a sidewalk on one side, not the other. But I could live with whatever the existing. I mean, obviously, if it's a paper street, there's going to be some right of way associated with it. I could live with whatever that right of way was, as long as we were still getting our 27-foot wide roadway. I'm not sure that we're requiring the sidewalks anyhow.
So, okay.
I think it makes sense to have this policy in place so that if people do want to do this,
Yeah.
the ability to go do this, and we had to know what the rules are, if you will.
But I think everyone's going to be individual anyway, because you're going to, depending what area you bring up, there's going to be unique situations for each road potential.
So the other thing that's a part of this too is that, and it kind of goes back to this concept of who's paying, but so unlike the traffic calming policy, our paid staff on the traffic calming policy can do a pretty good job of determining the area of impact. When we started looking at the roads and we started looking at having to address issues like stormwater and having to address, is the road going to meet standards? Obviously, that involves our engineer. So the other question came about is, so typically in the process, the board was not getting involved until the whole plan was kind of developed, and we were ready to present it to you as a plan, and you would approve it after all the neighbors had voted and all of those kind of things. With this, it's going to take a significant amount more of engineering dollars. And the question is twofold. One is, do we want our township engineer designing the road and designing the stormwater, or do we want the neighbors to be responsible for having an engineer that they've hired to do that if they're doing it and giving it to us? And so, I mean, obviously, if we're doing the road, it makes no problem.
We're not going to do any of this till they sign up and they have the over 50% participation. And then we'll go ahead and do whatever the appropriate way is. And if it's our engineer that does it, then we know that they're going to meet the code. Right. But I don't think we're going to do anything until they sign up for this, right?
Well, that's the question, because the way the other policy was written is it kicked in after the 20%. You do this study, and then you get the 50% agreement. So if I'm hearing what you're saying, I need to get the 50% agreement prior, and that's fine.
How are you gonna if we're gonna go out and spend $25,000 to design a road, and then everybody says, hey, I don't want it, then we're gonna eat that money?
Well, that's why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking, because I need to understand where we're headed.
I mean, John, you're the expert on traffic. John, what do you think?
Well, I think the engineering for the road itself should be in-house with our engineer. And I think it should be part of the entire capital cost for the roadway. I mean, the rest of the township residents should be picking up the cost for the engineer to design the road that we're accepting for dedication. But I get your point about, how much money do we expend? I mean, I guess we're kind of stuck with doing at least a preliminary analysis ourselves. I mean, I don't think it's not a ton of money to have the engineer give us a cost estimate that the people can use in their thing. Just magnitude of cost estimate.
We're talking a few $1,000s, like $2,000 is one thing.
Something like that. Something very simple.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But if you have 20 people come in for 20 different roads, and now you want to spend $20,000, $25,000 to design these roads, and then find out only one road's moving forward, it's kind of crazy.
Right. We use that process. Have our engineer do an estimate, which the township will pick up. And then once they agree, then their engineering costs to design that road is part of the whole entire capital improvement. Right.
So, and so in doing so, I just want to make sure that you're aware that that'll mean that there'll actually be 2 times that project comes before you. The first time when the engineer gives me an estimate as to what it's going to take to get to that estimate. And then the second time when we get the design.
That's fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand so that we set that procedure properly.
Okay.
All right. Those are the questions that I had.
Any other discussion on this item? Woo-hoo. All right. Old business. We have nothing listed.
I want to bring something up. We talked earlier this year in the last few months about doing something with Rich LaFiata. And I want to make a motion. We give him a $5,000 raise this year prior to 2021.
Anybody want to second that motion?
Second.
Okay, motion was made and seconded to give Mr. Rich Lafayette a $5,000 raise this year. I guess we did discuss this.
And here's the background on this, so everybody understands. We did an analysis of the survey in the surrounding communities, and he is under the, I guess, let's say median average, whatever you want to say, and he was significantly under it for the last 2 or 3 years. And last year he had an opportunity to leave the township, and he decided to give us another chance and stayed. And he's done a great job this year. I think he's come up with some good savings, some good cost saving measures that save the town a lot of money. And I think you need to reward performance. And I think it shows a lot by doing something this year. And then obviously you can adjust something next year, but he did perform. He came here, he took a cut in pay that he could have had going to another township. And he's a valuable member of our team. And I don't want to lose him over squabbling over a few pennies at this point.
Fair enough. Any other discussion on the motion?
I don't disagree with anything that Mike said, but I mean, is this really appropriate to be discussing in public like this without us having a conversation?
Well, Leonard, I brought this up for three meetings now, and we never addressed it. And here it is, the last meeting. If we don't do it tonight, it doesn't happen.
It was discussed.
And it was discussed. And I do not want to lose a good employee when it's impossible to find good people today. And he's a valuable asset to us, and he's shown his dedication to the township. And I think it's the right thing to do. And we've had people comment in public comment that we have to take care of our employees and then make sure we pay them properly. And this is a valuable, I feel he's a valuable asset to our town.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but what we just created is an extremely slippery slope that I think all of us will be able to take precedence on, that whenever we want to interject something, we can just throw it out. If just because we had a conversation that we thought, like in the normal course of any personnel matter, was a private discussion that is protected by legal bounds, and instead we just kind of bring it out into the open to discuss anything else, is a very slippery slope. I have no problem going down that route because, Lord, trust me, I have a lot of things I could be bringing up, but I don't do that to spring it on the people, because now what it does is, for an individual like me who I don't know,
Leonard, we have to pay.
This was an oversight, Len. This was supposed to be.
Oversight. We didn't talk about this tonight. We got out of executive session because we had other personnel matters we talked about. We didn't talk about this, and I don't want to lose a good employee over being penny wise and $100,000 foolish. I mean, we're going to lose a good employee if we don't do the right thing.
And this would have had to been.
It hasn't been addressed.
And this would have required a public approval anyway.
Yeah.
You're right. It would have. But what I'm saying is, and again, I don't disagree with any of the comments, but I just think it was inappropriate the way that it came up.
But Len, I think it came up this way is because it was an oversight. This was supposed to be done before this. I mean, this was discussed.
I asked
like
September.
Where was the oversight?
It was discussed before, and we had talked about putting this up for approval in 2020 for 5,000, and then I think we were looking at Steve's evaluation again, and once we get into 2021 for a potential further increase. When we looked at the market rate for him and the fact that we almost lost him, and that he was an employee that he was strategic. We couldn't afford to lose him. So
listen,
if we lose this opportunity to give him the 5, then next year we're still not going to be able to get him up the market rate.
We've discussed this obviously a few times. My only concern is, well, forget it. Motion was made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would make note that I do see somebody with their hand raised. This was not on the agenda, so you may need to take public comment.
Thanks.
Just saying.
I got 2 hands raised. The one's been raised for about an hour, so I don't know what Louis Rosenthal's looking has. That hand's been up for a while. Patty Wilson's hand just came up. So
okay. I'll start with Ms. Rosenthal to see if it's, or Mr. Rosenthal to see if it's related to this.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Again,
Great. Thank you very much. I'm probably your newest resident in town. I've lived here for about 4 months, moved here from Chicago. We looked at maybe 5 or 6 different townships around here, and we chose this township. We really like this place. It's a great combination of suburban living and commercial environments. We come from big cities. I've spent nearly 40 years in financial services. I have to thank you, first of all, for your service to the town. I thought the meeting was great until we got to the BPG discussion. You guys voted on a resolution. I'm not quite sure what document you actually looked at or considered.
Mr. Rosenthal, yes. Let me stop you right there. Number one, can I have your address?
20 Harrison.
20 Harrison. Okay, thank you. We're not taking comments on any other items right now other than the item that Mr. Russo just made a motion for regarding the compensation for our township finance director.
I'm sorry, I thought we were in the public comment section.
No, and when we get to that section, we're only taking comments.
Oh, my hand's been up for an hour. I was just waiting in line for that.
Because we take comments on agenda items at the beginning of the meeting.
What is it? What's item 20 on the agenda?
That's public comment, general comment for items not otherwise on the agenda.
So what he's saying is we're in the middle of a motion right now, and the township manager, since this was new bit,
I put my hand up 45 minutes ago.
Yes, but what Mr. Nawn was just saying is because everything's virtual now, the way that we've been conducting the meetings is that agenda items, the public comment for agenda items is at the beginning of the meeting. That doesn't mean that you can't, in this situation, you're new, you just said you came to the township. I think all of us don't have a problem with you providing the public comment at agenda item number 20. Where we are right now is agenda item 16, old business.
Okay, I didn't take myself off of mute. You guys took me off of mute.
I didn't know what you were commenting on.
Yeah, we were just
I
explaining.
apologize. I apologize.
What's your question, Mr. Rosenthal?
No apology needed. It's
What's your question?
I'll wait for 20. I don't have a question on the HR issue.
Well, but since you're speaking now, let's just get it done and then we can go to the.
So I thought the meeting was conducted really well.
Thank you.
I would point out to you, having spent 40 years financing real estate developers across the country, real estate developers who asked townships and zoning boards for waivers without putting them in writing and submitting them don't want to put them in writing. So I'm actually not quite sure what you guys voted on. I would suggest that next time BPG comes to you, you ask them to either ask the Spruce Street Baptist Church or the Greer Park Environmental Committee to help them with a PowerPoint or a document, because those were 2 documents that were very clear that you voted on. And BPG, I'm actually still not quite sure what you guys approved. So I'm happy being in town. I'll be at every meeting. I'll make my comments at the appropriate time. You're going to hear a lot from me. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. We encourage your participation.
Thank you.
Mr. Neese, Mrs. Wilson has her hand up.
She should be able to talk.
Nope.
Nope, I'm sorry. I guess I hit the wrong button.
Patty Wilson, 4111 Battles Lane. I have repeatedly during the budget process asked you folks to do reviews of salary and benefits, and making sure that someone's salary and benefits together are what we are looking at to compare people's salaries for market rate. And because we as taxpayers are the ones paying those salaries, it certainly would be worthwhile that we were aware of what those salaries are. Now, if I did a right to know request, I could get a list of all the salaries, and then at least we would be transparently determining, or at least had the taxpayers, who are actually the employers, seeing what we were paying. So you're throwing out a number here. It's not in context. It's, you may have discussed it in an executive session, but there was no discussion or no agenda item. I'm with Leonard on this one. It's a bad road to go down, and I hope in the future that you would consider making this part of the budget process, because that's where we have an opportunity to see what are we spending our money on as taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mrs. Wilson.
Yeah.
Any other
Hey,
hand
hey,
raised?
John, let me just make one quick comment. Steve, I believe you did do a market rate assessment in your salary review this year. Am I correct?
We did.
And if you don't mind, off the top of your head, how much was this employee approximately below market rate? Approximately. Yeah, I know it was significant. Can you throw a number off the top of your head?
I want to say it's close to 30,000.
Yeah, and that's what I thought too. So we're going to say approximately, and this is why we brought this up. I mean, we don't want to lose this guy, and he's significantly below market rate, and the study was done by the township manager. So I just want to get that into the discussion before we take the vote.
Any other comment? Okay, motion was made and seconded to give our Township Finance Director a $5,000 raise. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Any other old business?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, real quickly, I know it's getting late and I don't want to hold anybody up, but George has stayed on the line and I forgot to recognize him during my report. He wanted to just give a very quick update on the leaf collection that has just really gone incredibly well. And so if I can just allow him, hopefully he's still awake through all this, that he's been hanging there. So George.
About 56 minutes till we violate the sunshine law. So good. Yeah.
Well, I just hope he hasn't. I know he needs to be up in here early in the morning. So George, if you can unmute yourself. I don't know if you're still there or not. I'm going to go ahead and real quick just tell you where we are, and maybe he's stepped away from he probably just stepped away for a minute, but it wasn't fair to him. So real quickly, the team has gotten through everywhere in the township. We actually collected more than we've collected in prior years doing it this way. They are going back through. They didn't get a chance to go today, but they are going back through the other neighborhoods, although I think they did this afternoon, and try to clean up some that was in the few neighborhoods that were that early week, and they're trying to get that done. So that's where we were, and George is right there now. So George, I may have stolen.
Now, if anybody has any questions, that covers it.
George, you guys did a great job this year. I think it went extremely well. I will say it's the first time in 12 years I've had my leaves picked up by the township. So I was very happy to have a schedule this year and be able to meet it. I think that was great. So
Thank you. It went very well. We picked up the same amount of leaves as we did last year, just going around the one time, walking the whole route. Just about 300 truckloads full.
That's awesome. You guys did a great job. Everybody stayed safe?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Have we got
that? Was it. And again, thanks to the board and thanks to our residents for their patience with it. It was a real tough year, and we got through it. And the vast majority of people were really understanding and worked with us.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I dare ask this question. Any other old business? Well, good. Let's move on to item 17, resolutions of legislation and action. This is consider approving resolution 2020-35, which is the continuance of the 2020 fee schedule. Again, we're not approving a fee schedule. All we're doing is continuing it through to Monday, January 4th. So, Mr. Partridge, you have it in front of you.
Yep, I do. Township of Newtown Resolution 2020-35, 2021 fee schedule. Resolution to approve township fee schedule. Whereas from time to time, the Board of Supervisors of the Township of Newtown, Delaware County, Pennsylvania reviews and revises various fees for services provided by the township. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Board of Supervisors of the Township of Newtown does hereby resolve the 2020 fee schedule that will remain in effect until the 2021 reorganization meeting is held on Monday, January 4th, 2021. Resolved this 14th day of December, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made by Supervisor Partridge, seconded by Supervisor Roberts Lightcap to approve Resolution 2020-35, which continues our fee schedule through the reorganization meeting. Any further questions or discussions on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, if I could real quickly just say that the part of the reason for this is that we are, I mean, not that this relates to the fee schedule, but we're going to have to pass the assessment at the reorg meeting as well, because we're still waiting on some detailed information from the county related to the reassessment. So we're going to just do it all at one time.
When are we going to get the millage?
As soon as we get the information from the county, we can get that out to everybody. We're waiting for some detailed information on the county. They sent us a number, but we are still waiting to find out what the exact breakdown of that number is, so we understand that we make sure we do it correctly.
County's really pushing this to the last minute, huh?
Is the county going to enforce this with everybody appealing everything?
I assume that it's got to be enforced. I think it's a court order. We do have a number. I just don't know what that number includes. I don't know if it includes exempt property. So we're waiting to get that number back.
All right. Anybody have any additional business? I have nothing listed. Any board members have any comment that they'd like to make? Fantastic. This brings us to item 20, which is the public comment session of the meeting. This is public comment, general comments, not related to anything on the agenda. So with that said, I have two hands showing, Patty Wilson and Paul Seligson. Mr. Neese, if you'll allow one of those folks to speak, that'd be great.
I've allowed Patty to speak.
Patty Wilson, 4111 Battles Lane. I'm going to express some concern for Mr. Rosenthal because, like himself, I didn't know what to comment on that particular item because I also did not know what it was. That being said, I will offer these comments related to that property, not related to that particular vote. One is that the AmeriHealth building that they keep talking about being so wonderful has created levels of noise and levels of lighting that are keeping my very good friends in the Newtown Heights neighborhood up day and night, and a friend whose daughter is disabled in a constant state of pain because apparently what they're doing is okay, but if you stand on Main Street and once your house lit up all hours of the day and night, AmeriHealth will do that for you. Secondly, no one asked the BPG folks their story on the sewage capacity. And
I did.
You did,
I did.
except that they don't have sewage capacity, and our 537 plan does not have sewage capacity for the additional development. And my understanding is there was no additional capacity available. We had allocated all that the township owns. So the issue is we had agreed, and my understanding was the agreement was they would do commercial first because the worry was, or the understanding was, there might not be sewage capacity if they went ahead and did the residential first. That is an issue. They have used all of the capacity that was allocated to them in the 537 plan. I heard the developer say that the AmeriHealth building is finished. I certainly hope that it will be assessed in time enough to be included in taxable ratables, because it certainly would help the rest of the residents if that particular building's value was taxed. I heard the developer suggest that business travel would recover. It's been my experience, and all of the folks that I know that are involved in industries that previously traveled, including my 3 children, that they have all been told that the likelihood of business travel going to prior levels in the next decade is unlikely because so many people have worked at home. So I think they'll be revisiting the hotel. Right now, they have 2 empty stores in the Whole Foods shopping center, Pet Value and Zoe. I would like them asked what they were doing to get somebody in there. And to make it clear, you know, in the end, the developer got taxpayer funds because I talked to Senator or not Congressman, Representative Quinn, and he was very proud of the fact that the state provided money, taxpayer money, for those road improvements that they are currently doing in the neighborhood of millions of dollars, as well as millions of dollars to do their interior work. So asking this developer to do any other work on their own dime certainly seems reasonable to me. Finally, as it relates to that development, the apartments are likely to bring more children into the school system. I certainly hope we as a township will coordinate with the school system, knowing that we already are at overcrowd at Culbertson, and we don't seem to have a plan going forward as to how we're going to work with them to make sure the schools have adequate capacity. My second and final comment is related to the roads policy. I would encourage the township to inventory those streets that they think would be part of this particular or needed this particular policy. I suspect this came up because we have 2 or 3 neighborhoods, Florida Park, Newtown Heights, and the Avenues, where the roads are not to code, but we've maintained the roads in the Avenues. We've just redone all the roads in Florida Park, and the folks in the Heights who pay the same taxes as I do have not had their roads done, except for the, I guess, 2 roads that are our township roads. So in an effort to truly be equitable, it might be a good idea to do an inventory of the streets that you think might be interested in this, and see if we couldn't either get some state money to help us out here, and or think about another way of going so that these folks are treated equitably. And I'm going to add 2 last things. Sorry about that. One is, you all are aware of the quarry property. We've been talking about open space. You did a great job, and I'm incredibly appreciative of you saying yes to the Greer Park. I really would love you to all consider as open space that quarry property, or at least a great portion of it that fronts the neighborhood, and eminent domain it and create a park-like area in that space. And that being said, I too thank you for your service, and especially during a particularly difficult period of time. And, hoping the next year brings better things and great health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Mr. Neese, Mr. Sullivan has his hand up.
Yes, I just made it so he should be able to speak.
Good evening. This is Paul Seligson, 4727 Mill Hollow Lane. I too appreciate very much the Greer Park Pond, the way it worked out. And I want to talk about hanging baskets. I realize that you have other things to talk about, and it'll be really fast. Steve Mastardi closes Mastardi Nurseries December 25th, and he doesn't reopen until January 18th. And if we're going to do hanging baskets, he needs to put the order in for the plant material while he's closed, so that it arrives like in the middle of January. And then and the hanging baskets, they don't have to go up. Usually they go up around April 27th, 28th, the end of April. They could go up middle of May. They could go up June 1st. So it's a question, if you guys have a feeling about when the COVID conditions end, and are you thinking it might be safe this year, or do you want to just take a pass and do it in 2022? That's the question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Seligson. We don't have an agenda item for this. I don't believe that we're in a position to predict when COVID might be over. So if we've missed the deadline, then we may have to take a pass. I suspect that we're probably not out of this until mid of next year. So I think if you needed the order before the 18th of January, I think we're going to take a pass on it this year.
Okay, I will check with Steve, and maybe I bring it up on January 28th. I'll send you all a note if it's still possible, and then you can, and maybe by that time the news will be out about how the vaccines are going and stuff, and you might, if you change your mind, fine. If you don't, fine too. Thank you.
Happy to discuss it on the 25th, Mr. Seligson. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, I see no further hands up. That's an outstanding sign. So That concludes our meeting, our final meeting for 2020. I want to thank everybody for participating. The Newtown Township Board of Supervisors will reorganize on Monday, January 4th, 2021. And our first regularly scheduled meeting will be Monday, January 25th, 2021. I appreciate everybody hanging in there tonight. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, and may you have a new year that exceeds all your expectations and frankly is better than this one. So thanks, guys.
Happy, healthy
All
New
right,
Year.
see you now.
Hey, everyone.
Have
Take
great
care.
holidays, everyone.
Bye now.